All right, everybody, welcome on into the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. You might know him as the home of the Francesca Hong future presidential but current Wisconsin governor campaign. I want to say, chat, that the energy behind her is something that we helped build. Did I get the Go XLR utility, bro? I'm too busy. I'm too fucking busy. The beanie is right behind me on my chair. Can't you see it? It's right there. It's right there. Right above my thumb. We completely mogged Hasan. Oh my god. And also, didn't it work like didn't it work like a charm? Didn't we just like wasn't everybody playing along like puppets on a string? Everything went exactly as I planned. I talked to Francesca, and I absolutely and it got Hasan to actually raise money correctly. It actually got Hasan to raise money correctly because we had a big number, $35,000. He actually raised money. Oliver also got 50K yesterday. Yeah, I went on the Oliver thing. If you're wondering why everybody was raising money, if you want to know why people were raising money, is because according to Fran, we raised 20K on my stream. It's from yesterday. So the combination of our old fundraiser and my new fundraiser, so through the portal through the link, we have raised 35,000. But in actuality, we've actually raised more than that. The other thing is, I don't know if I should tell you guys this, but when Francesca went to Hasan's stream, she was completely full. I fed her so much. I fed her so much food. So she was like, she could not eat any more bites. It's physically impossible. I didn't know he was going to do a mukbang. I didn't ask. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Cheesegate. So on the YouTube channel, chat, I got them to remake the thumbnail for our interview to make fun of this. Cheese. How did everybody raise last night total? I think we're well into like 200 G's over the past couple days from all of our fundraisers. So obviously we need to all chill for a bit, give more subs to me. You know, like obviously that's, you know, we need to chill with the donations to the politicians for a while, you know, and now give the money to me. Our China video is kind of blowing up. Not bad, chat. Not bad. 23K. Not bad. The decisions that the Supreme Court made, the Slaughter v. Trump, is probably one of the worst. So I feel bad for Hasan, but I also don't. Because it was like fucking 2 o'clock, bro. Normal people eat lunch before 2 o'clock. I didn't want to send her unfed to your house. You know what I mean? Like, that's just... So what, you could make her eat on stream? No, she's ready for, you know. And then it turns out it was actually the reward. And so I was laughing because I was like, there's no way Fred could eat any more food. There's just no way. Even if it's the best food on the planet, it's not happening. So what else? Oh yeah. She met General Sherman, which is one of my cats. Where the hell is it? Oh, listen, if I told you that perhaps I gave Francesca Hogg a lot of authentic Korean food, would you guys be mad? If I told you that I actually totally redeemed Los Angeles Korean food, would you guys be mad? Hype train incoming. Ooh. Mike, let's not forget this community of around 4K viewers raised that 34K yesterday, while it took Hasan's community of 27K to raise her 50K. Oh, no. I mean, we mog the ever-loving shit out of her, of course. So the only thing that, and you know what? The only thing that we had that had cheese on it was this corn cheese, and Francesca didn't eat any of it. So she's actually a hater on, you know, cheese on Korean food. You know, we had pork belly, we had pork jowl, we had beef belly, there was some ribeye, there was some galbi, There was, I mean, obviously you got some of the most basic stuff, which is the bulgogi. Then we had this like spicy pork, you know, kimchi, radish. There's so much. As you can see, there's some tofu right here. It was good. Tao Gong for Korean fried chicken. I love Korean fried chicken. And Renee, she's one of Hasan. She's one of Francesca's like staffers. And this is she took this picture of Shermie. Shermie got tangled up in some sort of like decoration that we had. Oh, General Sherman. Samjang, of course. Look at that face. Look how big Kai is. This is how big Kai is, in case you want to know. Look at that muzzle. Hasan has to travel to Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm probably gonna travel to Wisconsin in August. I need to start traveling to some of these moments. You know, build my portable streaming setup between now and then. I definitely gotta go to Wisconsin. I regret not going to some of the other ones, New York especially. So we're gonna go to that, and obviously the Denver girlies deserve it, but definitely Wisconsin. Definitely Wisconsin. Although that one's gonna be that's the toughest lift yet. Ludd addressed that tweet by Fizz that says he regrets not being brave enough back in 2024. I think that's incredibly based. I'm glad that Ludwig is saying stuff like that. That's great. I'm glad that he feels that way. You know, I'm glad that he feels that way. But how about you go and like help out all the people who suffered consequences while you were being a little bit cowardly? You know what I mean? Like, instead of just saying you regret it, how about you go and help out the people that, you know, suffered consequences? So, what are we talking about today? Well, I mogged the ever-loving shit out of Hasan, and it worked perfectly. He should just admit it was a cracker-ass take. Yes, he actually should, though. He should actually admit that. That would be the ultimate move. Here's one of the things that... Here's what I'm trying to say for everybody, which is we are trying to move the world. The majority of people have not previously agreed with us. And you know how frustrating it is to be somebody who's been on the right side of issues for years? Go back and look at any issue and what I was saying 7-8 years ago, 10 years ago. Imagine what that has, the frustration of the past 10 years of now I'm being proven right and people are finally starting to change their mind. And some people are going to get more recognition than me. Oh my God. What kind of leader, what kind of leftist would I be if I tried to like knock people down for coming in our direction? That would be an impediment to progress. So I have an obligation to not be that way. And I want you guys to not be that way. I think that is a toxic element of leftism that we would do well to change about ourselves, which is, yes, we were right way too early, but we should be encouraging people to come in our direction. That's my main disagreement over all that stuff. And I think it's bad. I think it's bad to make it as unattractive and as difficult as possible to become a leftist. You're not a good person just because you're a leftist.
Soft. And then this guy said, it's just weird. You usually sit on a fence when it's important shit. And I said, like what? And then I got boomed generationally. Like when you refuse to do a PCRF fundraiser on insert date to not upset Zionists in your community, let the internet.
May 2024.
Dog pile for someone calling you with white privilege and did it later on insert date. And then the tide shifted on Israel's obvious apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. Okay. 50K felt likes. Oof. We got boomed on that one. Happens.
No, listen, if you want me to speak poorly about content creators, I'm not a fan of content creators seemingly having no moral compass until they get 50K likes against them. And then suddenly going, wow, I guess the argument makes sense. Now that it has 50,000 likes, that shows me that annoys me.
But I think I thought about it, that they're right. Like I should have been braver. I should have just done it back then. I think it's like difficult for me to be hard on myself because what I was in the.
Are you guys showing? Okay, I can't listen to this shit. I can't listen to this shit. This is actually worse for me than what he did in 2024. Like, I'm sorry, I can't watch that shit because I'm gonna go nuclear. Looked at number, saw it was big. I liked number. I decided they were right. Yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ. I take everything back I said yesterday. I'm unbanning all the chatters I banned. They were right. I was wrong. I'm going to take accountability right now. The chatters, you were totally right. I fucked up. I apologize. Could a moderator go unban the people I banned yesterday? They were totally right. I was totally wrong. My worldview is crumbling. Yeah, no shit. My worldview is crumbling. What did I miss? I did this long, angry rant about how people should not try to push people away from our movement when they're coming in our direction and instead take W's. And then the person I was talking about is honestly like kind of reptilian. And so they acted in the most disgusting way possible. And so now I realize that actually the chatters were right to be yelling at them. They should yell at them more. Actual L from me. This actually may be one of the biggest L's I've taken in a while. Like, I'm literally going back to unban people right now. Like, I'm stopping what I'm doing. I'm going to my stream. I'm going into mod mode just so I can find when I ban these people. Because mod mode gives you that information just so I can go and, like, unban people. I'm legitimately going back and unbanning people. Okay, so I unbanned Red TP, which, honestly, that guy seemed chill anyway. That was my mistake. Unban, then unban decision, unban, then unban decision. I'm like, this is actually good. I'm glad I'm unbanning these people, honestly. Okay, who else do I need to unban? The fly or die guy, I don't know about that. You probably should stay banned because you were kind of a schizo who was attacking Fran. All right, all those people are unbanned. Actually unbanned for being right. Even prior to Kayagate, oh yeah, I'm not a Ludwig guy. You know, the problem with Ludwig is that he's got Mr. Beast energy, which is when some people get a success online, they think themselves as some sort of like Machiavellian mastermind, right? And like they know how to manipulate the masses who are all foolish and blah blah blah. Instead of recognizing, oh, you just hit a lottery ticket, bro. You hit a lottery ticket. And they get like, and you know, and it's very cringe. And it's something that I run into all the time. Like, one of the main thing I'm constantly trying to do as a political creator is like run into people, talk to them, learn the way they think, see how they operate, and then try to figure out if they have narcissistic personality disorder and they cannot have, like, you know what I mean? Like, that is what I'm on the hunt for. And it's like, okay, are they normal? And do they have narcissistic personality disorder? Because NPD, like a content creator that has clout, is like one of the worst things ever. Because they get infinite supply and they just double down on all their bad behaviors. It's fucking horrible. They're right, but so is Mike. Oh no, I'm right. I'm right generally, but they were right in the specific. And politics is about both, right? You could be right in the general, but wrong in the specific. I was wrong in the specific. Those chatters were completely right. I want to apologize to those chatters. I way overreacted. I know why I did, which is I'm tired of people being fucking tyranny of the annoying and everything and always trying to disrupt every good vibe with bad vibes. But at the same time, they were totally right about Ludwig. Like, they're actually completely right. It's like when I figured out that Asmongold was a chud and nobody else would buy it. You know what I mean? Like, people were literally saying like, oh, he's not right wing. We all have our moments. Nobody's perfect. That's the whole point. At least you didn't get Korean food with cheese on it. Everybody, if you're in LA and you're like, Fran did get good Korean food, this is fucked up. Don't worry. I took care of it. All right. I took care of it. Fran has gotten good Korean food, not just food with cheese on it. Okay, she got authentic Korean food. Although I didn't even take her to like the most authentic places. I just took her to a place that Vio likes, but it's actually good. Next time Fran is out in LA, I'm gonna take her to some super fucking authentic places. More important news than fuck Chudwig. Supreme Court rejects. Yeah, no, that is true. That is a good decision. Like, obviously this decision is insane. Like the fact that 3 judges voted against this decision is insane. But it's actually not that important, guys, to be honest. Like, I mean, obviously it's good that we got the status quo, yay. But they gave a decision called Trump v. Slaughter, which may be the worst decision in American history going back to Dred Scott. I don't think everybody is kind of like reckoning with how bad that decision was. Suit bullshit. Yeah, I know. That's the one I want to go. That's the one I want to go to, James. I haven't been there yet. I haven't like gone there yet. Suitable Jip is where I want to go. This video just came out and he does a great job of breaking down Ethan Klein's strategy for how he maneuvered the genocide and his attacks. Like, what is this? Slopaganda. Oh, this seems pretty interesting. This also got ruled. U.S. Supreme Court rules geofence warrants require constitutional privacy protections. Oh yeah, this is a good decision. Yeah, this is a good decision. There were a couple decent decisions, but the slaughter decision is so bad that it makes all these other ones irrelevant. I'm not a Ludwig guyer. I'm not a Ludwig enjoyer, guys. Like, I have a lot of things to say about Ludwig that I keep in private. You know what I mean? But I'm just not a Ludwig enjoyer. I'm just not. I wouldn't go to his funeral. You know what I mean? Oh! Zoro Mamdani says NYPD agreed with him that additional NYPD headcount wasn't necessary, so it got cut. This saves money and also helps Mamdani politically. Raising headcount is one of the few areas in which NYDSA publicly distanced themselves from him. Oh, would you look at that? He's actually on our side. One of the things, would you look at that? Oh, wow. Another promise kept. Another promise kept from Zoran. One of the things that I've really been frustrated about, one of the things I've been really frustrated about, okay, I need to change my title. I mogged Hasan, he fed Fran cheese. Okay, she's from Wisconsin. Like, that's the thing. Think about this, chat. She's from Wisconsin, so she's got the best American cheese, like best cheese that's in America all around her, and she's Korean, and he managed to put unauthentic low quality cheese onto a Korean dish. It's like he was double insulting her. Mike, can you make your big DSA LA clout to make this happen for Fran? Fran's already back in Wisconsin, unfortunately. Here's what I want to do. How many of you guys are in LA? I want to make a Mike from PA / Hasan block of people that are in LA DSA. And probably, I want to probably run for some sort of like either electoral committee or something. And I want all of you to come and vote for me as a block. That's really it's really what I need. Do you think Zoran will actually disband the strategic response team? I mean, he says he wants to, and he says he's working on it. So I just heard about Hong yesterday and watched her on Hasan, and man, she blew me away. I am really glad to see someone like her shoot for the big office of governor, especially after the wins in New York. I hope we see more big swingers as well spoken and genuine as her. My face when she launched her campaign on my stream. My face when Fran is my baby. My face when you say you saw her on Hasan. Now, by the way, she's not really my baby. Obviously, it's Wisconsin DSA, and they're amazing, and she's a queen. All I'm trying to say is I was supporting her first. I was a fan first. She called me ethnically ambiguous. Honestly, it's just because Vio is here. Also, that's a compliment. If a woman of color calls you a white man ethnically ambiguous, you've made it. That means you have a little bit of like motion. You've got a little bit of like joy in your step, you know? What the fuck is this? Hasan was slandering me again? This is why I say I mogged the fuck out of him, because like here I was with my between 4 and 5,000 viewers. We raised 35,000. There he is with his 30,000 viewers, and they raised 50,000. That's a mogging. I mogged you. I mogged the fuck out of you. On Zoran, he should be getting 10 times as much as me. He should have raised her 250. 350. Like, that's also the plan. Making him want to mog you aspect was perfect. Yes, I understand. Yes, because I'm actually a professional. I was a fundraiser before, chat. There is almost nobody, and I'm not saying this. This sounds so braggadocious, and I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be braggadocious, but I understand field organizing. I understand campaign fundraising. I was a candidate. Like, I know about how polling. I've bought and purchased and designed multiple polls. Like, I know what I'm talking about on all the issues of campaigns. There's very few people that are talking about politics online who know any aspect of it at all. I was laughing my ass off during Hasan because you nailed it. Mike was right again. Of course. His audience is younger than yours, I think. I think we mostly have decent jobs. Here's the thing. Doesn't matter. It's all about setting up some narratives for us to win in the future. All right, let's see what this slander is.
Us at all. That would be unacceptable, because Caroline Kwan interviewed you already before I did.
Oh, that was so great.
Michael from Pennsylvania interviewed you already before I did. It's like people are saying I'm no longer I'm washed now. That's what people keep saying to me over and over again. Michael from PA. Not from Wisconsin, by the way. And I don't even know why he says he's Michael from Pennsylvania. He's in Los Angeles. So.
Well, he's saying where he's from.
Yeah, it's you know, who knows if that's real. It's word on the street, but I don't trust that guy. He wasn't wearing.
Everyone who's ethnically ambiguous has been asked where you're from at some point or
another. You think
another.
Michael is ethnically ambiguous?
I'm trying so hard here.
Yeah, he's so ethnically ambiguous. The whitest man I know.
He's got the curlier hair now that can.
Honestly, that's the thing that's crazy. Like, my hair is curly, but like, I think I got critically hit because one of my grandmothers, like my dad's grandmother, so my great grandmother on my father's side, she's from like the northern Italy, Austria border, and somehow her like curly hair genes crit passed through to me, as well as the schnozzle, which I got from my dad. But I'm half Scottish and half Bavarian German. It's crazy. I'm Scottish and German like Trump. Yes, exactly like Trump. I also have a 5-letter last name. Actually, exactly like Trump. Mike, wear a kilt then? My mom went and met our clan leader in Scotland. Not the Ku Klux Klan. I'm not Gremlo. I'm talking about our Scottish clan. Clan with the C, not with the K. Although people will say the clan was inspired by the clans of Scotland, and you know, hey, no. By the way, my Scots, they're like, my grandfather came here in the 30s. Okay, like he's Scottish with a Scottish accent. Came here in the 30s. Okay. He's not part of any of the, like, he wasn't a fucking slave driver, overlord, or whatever the fuck, like Scotch Irish people were. And you know what I mean? He's not, he came here to work on a coal mine, or his dad did. My great grandfather came here to work on a coal mine in Western Pennsylvania. All right. Okay. My dad is from Yardley. All right. Okay. I got no Southerner in me, as far as I know. My Irish Catholic ancestors were not trusted with owning slaves, also poor. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm trying here, Mike.
Italian? Okay.
I've got some Italian in there somewhere. Maybe like 5%.
That is an add-on, yeah. The rice cakes are an add-on. No, that is an add-on, yeah. The rice cakes are an add-on.
What?
The cheese is an add-on. I added on because that's...
Oh, so you did this.
But don't worry, chat. I took care of it. If you feel like the reputation of LA's Korean food was like damaged, don't worry. I took care of it. Okay. The mogging wars escalate. Hasan with more excuses.
You need to schedule Mog Mike. Both of you share top spenders. So by the time you do your interview, 5,000 people already drop moolah in the morning. Yeah, but he undercut me. Because he goes live before me. What do you mean? There ain't nothing I can do about that. He just goes live before me. Jacob is awesome. He's from LA originally. Bro, I know him personally, remember? What? I mocked Hasan, not even close.
Well, I took a picture like the microsecond before he raised more money than me.
They're doing donos per capita to say you got mogged still, bro. Fight back.
Donos per capita, yes. By the way, 34,529.80, and then Hasan had raised 34,513. So I stopped the count and then I posted. Donos per capita. Ooh, that's a good one. Chat, if you don't want Hasan to look bad, tell his chatters to come watch me so my donos per capita go down and he doesn't look like he got mogged as much. That's a win-win. Also not dodging the small head allegations.
DSA? Wait, Milwaukee DSA? What is this supposed to be?
How the fuck does he not know? New Jersey gets cold. It doesn't get as cold as like Pennsylvania or Wisconsin, but it can get cold. How do you not know what earmuffs are or ear warmers are?
They're ear cuffs. They're a headband so that you can.
Remember when he went to to the anti-ice protests in Minneapolis? Where was the? Yeah, it was Minneapolis, right? It was in Minneapolis, right? Yeah, it was Minneapolis. And he went there with like fashion winter clothing instead of actual winter attire. and he almost got frostbitten and he had to get rescued by people with like heating equipment. Now he'll have like, this is legitimately strong equipment, but the problem is he's got a small head. He was such a huge baby. Have you been in like minus 30 before? Here's the thing about like, when you're saying like minus 30, minus 40, it's dangerous weather. Like you either have the right equipment or you will get hurt relatively quickly. But if you have the right equipment, it's totally easy. It's fine. You know, I mean, it's not that big a deal if you have the right equipment. But if you don't, you will get hurt. And the type of people that get hurt are like people from Southern California who don't know how to properly prepare themselves and protect themselves going into like if you're a Minneapolis native, it's, you know, you just pull out of your fucking closet the right equipment and you're fine. It's negative 40 Fahrenheit is the same as negative 40 centigrade. I was at the ice protest. I looked like I got back from Hoth. Yes, exactly. Your breath will freeze onto your fucking like equipment. That's the other thing that's funny. Sometimes your eyelashes get icicles. Just stuff like that. It's a different world. New argument for DSA hard break dissolving the Democratic Party. Bankruptcy fraud. DNC cash on hand minus debt. RNC cash on hand minus debt.
Nice to meet you. Hey, what's good? Nice to meet you. Hey, you got the merch on. Of course. God, I fucking love this community, man. Holy shit. I'm about to fucking cry. But I can't, because if I cry, don't do that. If I cry, the tears are gonna freeze on my face.
So anyway, all I'm saying is they're equipping him up because ear covers are legit. You need ear covers, so they're equipping him. But they probably got him a standard sized man's hat. How did that work out?
Ears warm.
Nice, new guillotine.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's a little bit too big for my head, but I think that's because
Well, I mean,
I have a big head.
they-
I have a normal size head. Shut up, Chad. Shut up, Chad.
I think Fran was very, very, very charismatic on Hassan's stream. And mine, of course. But I think she did great. She was very personable, very relaxed. She's cool as hell. It'd be funny if they made it big on purpose. It was so funny because like I was getting my Madison DSA trucker hat, and then I'm like, oh god damn, it's like too tight. So I'm like continually loosening it. This thing might be, you know, I've got too much hair too, you know. This thing is like rising up. Hell yeah, brother. Did you show the cheese confession? Yes. The lower noise gate unfortunately cut off a lot of her words at the beginning. I adjusted it. Don't worry, Chad. Next time I'm gonna get another mic arm and so I have two, and I need to get a new mixer so I can have two mic inputs, and it's easy on me. There's some things I need to do, but I think it worked. Hassan is washed. You mogged him. Austin mogged him too. As soon as Austin came on screen, donos exploded, raised 15K in 5 minutes. Let's fucking go. What? This is actually good for Graham Plattner. This is really good for Graham Plattner. But also, and this is a really important point, it's very good for all of us. Because the truth is the Supreme Court is terrible. The Supreme Court is fucking terrible. And it needs to be packed. And the idea that these guys were going to like die anytime soon is nonsense. So, but Trump is going to choose the next judge. It doesn't even matter. Because we need to expand the Supreme Court. So it doesn't matter if it's Alito and Thomas there will be expanded or two new fascists. This is really bad. This sucks ass, dude. Like, I know I'm saying it sucks ass because it's just like, I'm right again, but it doesn't feel good to be right. Because like, just because I know what's going on. What do you think the next president should do regarding the Supreme Court? Should they disband and prosecute it by overturning Marbury v. Madison? I think overturning Marbury v. Madison is a lot more radical than adding 4 judges. And the thing is, like, and why I say that is there has to be some amount of plausibility in what you're arguing for. All of us have a different judgment of what is plausible, but just passing a judiciary act that adds 4 more judges is a lot more plausible to me than like, we're going to completely rip apart the legal system. And you know what I mean? Trump gets 4 SCOTUS nods is fucked. What? It'll probably be 5. What do you mean? My guess is Thomas is considering retiring as well. I'm going to go ahead and throw this in. I'm going to go throw this in the announcements. The Slaughter decision was so bad, and this is even worse. Holy fuck. This sucks. God damn it. I mean, the right-wing media they've been teasing this because I just searched it on YouTube and it's like Senate GOP eyes midterm calendar ahead of Samuel Alito retirement decision. Megyn Kelly reveals her sources say
I'm going to give you 2 words why Republicans must maintain control of the Senate.
Yeah.
Sam Alito.
Yeah.
That is why they must maintain control of the Senate. My sources are saying he is the most likely to retire under President Trump. And I believe he's likely to do it. And you cannot get a justice confirmed to fill that slot with a Democrat-controlled Senate. I just don't know how President Trump will get one confirmed. I really don't. I think they'll reject everyone.
Yeah.
So, and even if Alito were to announce tomorrow, they'd have to go quickly because the Democrats will do everything within their power to slow it down. You could get it done. We're only in April and the election's not till November, but like tick-tock, time is wasting.
Yeah.
And so if there's any chance Alito really is going to step down, and I know Thomas is older and more people are looking at him, my own information is Thomas doesn't want to go.
Yep.
And isn't prepared to go. So whatever, the Republicans would still have the majority, even if we had a Democrat-controlled Senate and President Trump couldn't get his choice through, and then a Democrat won the White House and that seat turned blue. We'd still have 5-4 on the Supreme Court instead of 6-3, but 6-3 is better.
Yeah.
As we've seen, some of these right-leaning justices don't vote, knee-jerk with the conservatives who are before them. So you need a little buffer. Anyway, that's one of the many reasons. What would happen? I mean, if
I agree with everything.
What would happen?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, but one point, which is if Alito retired, soon after Democrats took the majority, and again, I don't think they're on track to do that right now. They basically have to win all of 6 races that are competitive, and then another one. So they have to run the table on the 6 most favorable of the 9 competitive races. They've got to run the table on 6 and then win one of the other 3. I don't see that in the cards today. But here's where I disagree with you. I think if the president had a Democratic Senate and Alito left the slot shortly after Democrat took the majority, I don't think they can run out the clock for 2 years if the president nominates someone who's credentialed. Doesn't have to be a liberal, but if he nominates someone with a nice demeanor and a lot of credentials, I don't think
Why not?
Well,
why can't they just keep saying no? He doesn't have the support.
I voted.
I voted no.
I think the public pressure would be pretty overwhelming.
I'm going to give you 2 words.
Meanwhile, the Republicans totally did the same thing, where they voted a very conservative Democratic nomination with Merrick Garland, and they just ran it out. Oh, NPR retracts it? Oh, really? Okay, never mind. NPR retracted it. I was looking in the I was looking in the New York Times, and I was like, where the fuck is this story? I can't believe this story is not being reported. And then apparently it's... but it was NPR, and I was like, there's no way NPR would misreport this. But okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. LOL. Never mind. LOL. Never mind. LOL. Never mind. Never mind. LOL. NPR retracted the story. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, Chad. I didn't mean to tell you if something was happening that wasn't. I thought NPR would never publish something that explosive without better sourcing. Okay. What the fuck is happening? I mean, now would be the best time to do it. Like if they wanted to actually get a Supreme Court justice appointed, they needed to retire now. Like the longer they wait, the harder it is to do. But if they retire Alito, then Graham Plattner's election will be Susan Collins is going to vote for another right-wing Republican. Because like the main problem, like what's happening right now is Democrats are trying to get a large portion of centrist Democrats to vote for Susan Collins under the mistaken impression that she's like some sort of different type of Republican so that they can defeat the left. That's really their plan. They're trying to create that kind of like narrative. All right, let's watch Kyle, and we'll talk about some of these Supreme Court decisions because they're fucking terrible.
All right, y'all, about to start the show here in just a second, but I have some major breaking news that I want to share with you here. So we have a bunch of Supreme Court decisions that are coming in right now as we speak. Believe it or not, a bunch of them are surprisingly decent. Okay, I'm just going to warn you up front. We're not used to this from the Supreme Court. They're a bunch of judicial supremacists and extremists, And very rarely do they actually get something right. But as the old saying goes, a broken clock is right twice a day. All right, so let's start with this one. Apparently, the court rejected Trump's E. Jean Carroll case. That, of course, is the woman who accused Trump of basically graping her in a department store. It was either in the late 80s or the early 90s. And they say that now Trump has to pay E. Jean Carroll $5 million after they're declining to hear his appeal of the sexual abuse verdict. So, yes, it is official. He now has to pay E. Jean Carroll. And this, of course, is a massive, massive L for him. He's been refusing to hold this L. In fact, he's been trying to launch a DOJ investigation into E. Jean Carroll, trying to ruin her life because she told her truth. So just incredible, incredible stuff there. I'm sure he's fuming over that. We also have the Supreme Court says that mail ballots can arrive after Election Day. Mail-in ballots can arrive after Election Day. So, as long as you get it in before Election Day, if it arrives after Election Day, it is still okay. It is still a legal vote. This one is actually kind of surprising. A lot of people, myself...
No, it's not surprising at all because one of the first things you learn in law school is called the mailbox rule, which is if you stick something in the mailbox and it's postmarked, then it's considered submitted. That's the basic fucking law school, 101. How do you know if something has been accepted or transmitted? If they go, actually, that's not true for voting, that would be so fucking weird. It will be a special carve out. If states are saying, hey, we want to count the postmark as an acceptable submission date, that's within their rights. It's also within their rights to say something else hey, you have to receive it by a certain day. I mean, that would probably be within their rights as well. But to say no, it's unconstitutional to accept a ballot that has been postmarked by Election Day, that's an extreme decision. And I guess they were willing to not do that.
Included, thought that they would make
asked Frogan to pay him for a default judgment. I mean, that doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it does matter. I'm sad that Frogan didn't respond to the lawsuit, if that's what happens. But she could open it back up as long as she timely, responds to this one. Oh boy. The mailbox rule is kind of like birthright citizenship, 100 years of established law. It doesn't. I mean, yes, but it doesn't matter anymore because we're in a fascist epoch, right? The norms and the velvet covering is being stripped off because capitalism is in crisis. The masses have lost faith in the elites and the institutions. They see a declining standard of living while productivity and wealth goes up. And so they're like, hey, we need to use the government in order to fix these things and to establish fairer systems of distribution of the social product. And the capitalists, they're worried that if they open the door to that kind of talk, then capitalism itself may be under threat. So they are leaning into fascism. They're stripping off all of the elements of normative and other persuasion, and they're just going for direct coercion. But all along, all of these institutions and all these systems were backed up by brute force. But if they could get you to cooperate by petting your head, then they would do that. But now the pets aren't working anymore. The distribution, the condition of the masses is declining. Social mobility is declining. And so people no longer see the results of the economic system we have as meritocratic, but rather gambling and nepotism. So they want something different.
Decision to basically rule out all these votes and basically do voter disenfranchisement, knowing that when it comes to mail-in votes, statistically speaking, Democrats are much more likely to do mail-in votes. And so this would mean that if you rule out all of those votes that arrive after Election Day, it's basically a big way to help Republicans while masking it as if you're not doing that, right? And so I was bracing for the worst on this one. Many people were bracing for the worst on this one. Turns out they ended up deciding the proper way that, the mail-in ballots that arrive after Election Day are still legitimate ballots. And one person, one vote means something, and that we want to try to lean on the side of counting as many votes as possible and not just putting our thumb on the scale and ruling a bunch out and trying to keep the voter pool small, because in those scenarios, it ends up helping Republicans. And that's what voter disenfranchisement is all about. So another shock decision which is a positive decision. Now, hang on here, because at the end, I'm going to tell you there's actually a horrific decision among these. All right, we also have this. In a landmark 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court ruled that geofence warrants, which allow law enforcement to collect sweeping smartphone location data over a broad area, constitute an unreasonable search and violates the Fourth Amendment. So that's a big deal. This decision obviously is a massive win for privacy, for your rights, for the Constitution. And again, I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they made this decision. I definitely would have expected them to side with this mass surveillance and this mass data tracking, because we basically already live in hell when it comes to mass surveillance and mass data tracking. Okay, we also have the Supreme Court prevented Trump from firing the Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Okay, huge win for Fed independence. The vote was 5-4. This is a big, big deal. Trump has been, of course, obsessed with lowering the interest rates. And, the Fed has been able to hold out and resist his political pressure. Jerome Powell, of course, has been leading the way on that. Well, now Trump, of course, took this to the Supreme Court, trying to fire the Federal Reserve Governor, Lisa Cook. And the Supreme Court said, fuck off. The Federal Reserve is independent. You cannot do that. Okay, so far, we're actually 4 for 4 on half-decent decisions. Ready for this? Now they take a massive diarrhea shit on their record from today. The Supreme Court backed Trump's firing of a Federal Trade Commission member, an FTC member. This is also a big deal. So as Kyle Griffin points out, the Supreme Court just overturned 90 years of precedent to transfer unprecedented new powers to the executive. So this is absolutely horrifying. Here's what Justice Sotomayor said in her dissent from the bench. She said, quote, "Today this court undoes centuries of political practice and concludes that all 3 branches of government have been acting in open defiance of the Constitution all this time. Its conclusion is wrong. In holding otherwise, the court gives the president a power unknown to even the English crown against which the founders revolted, elevating him above his once co-equal branches by transforming a duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed into a license to act in defiance of those very laws." So this one is not good. It's giving Trump a tremendous amount of power in the short term here. However, the silver lining is that a Democratic president in the future could also use this power to get our way. All right. So I will say overall, though, net, probably the wrong decision when it comes to the legality of it, when it comes to the constitutionality of it. However, the silver lining is, basically a long road play here. But not good for the moment. Certainly not good for the moment. So there are your Supreme Court decisions that we have as of right now. It's 11:40 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know. There may be some more stuff coming down. I know there's one decision that they punted on. Let's see if I could find it here. Birthright citizenship. So they were maybe going to rule on birthright citizenship today, but they ended up punting on it. I don't know. Is that a bad sign? It might be a bad sign. Not sure. Although that's one of the ones where the constitutionality of it is so direct and so straightforward and so obvious that if they rule the wrong way, I would just be in awe. I mean, my jaw would be on the floor if they rule the wrong way on this one. I mean, this is like the most quintessentially American idea, the idea of birthright citizenship. The first time I heard that there are some countries that don't have it, I was like, wait, what? Isn't that how it works? Like, if you're born somewhere, that's where that's where you're a citizen from? Like, what the fuck's going on here? So we'll see. But, little nervous over that, the fact that they didn't rule on that today. But we'll keep our eye out for that as well. So you guys know the drill, man. Everybody subscribe below. And we're about to do the full show now. It'll drop later today. Love you guys, and I'll see you soon.
Kyle doesn't understand SCOTUS. They announced there was a decision day today. They didn't punt on anything. Yeah, no, that's not correct. This is actually the right way to analyze it, which is that the Slaughter versus Trump decision is basically saying that the president has the right to fire everybody in an executive job and there are no independent agencies, which basically creates a situation where our government will no longer have any meritocratic experts and will only be filled with hacks. Right? Especially when Republicans win. Let's just be completely honest with you. This is actually such a damaging policy that it's insane.
Court yesterday handed down a new series of split decisions for the administration. The court upheld a Mississippi law that allowed...
I mean, it's good for us because we could just take that power and apply it ourselves, except the moment we actually try to do that, the moment we actually go and say, like, hey, we're going to apply the Slaughter v. Trump decision and fire all these, like, right-wing grifters, the Supreme Court will step in and go, actually, you're not allowed to do that because the Constitution says that socialists can't fire anyone. So the only thing that we should really take from this is we have to pack the Supreme Court.
Mail-in ballots to be received up to 5 days after Election Day. The decision emphasized the Constitution gives election authority to state legislatures and Congress, not the president. This was a 5-4 opinion, with Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Amy Coney Barrett joining with the court's 3 liberal justices in the majority. The Supreme Court also cleared the way for President Trump to fire heads of most independent federal agencies at will. In a 6-3 decision, the justices rule Trump can fire Rebecca Slaughter from the Federal Trade Commission, overturning a unanimous decision from the court in 1935 that protected the independence of government agencies. The ruling effectively makes FTC commissioners and those who staff independent federal agencies serve at the president's discretion and eliminates Congress's bipartisan requirement for the agency. But the court is making an exception, one exception, for independence at the Federal Reserve, at least for now. In a separate 5-4 decision, the court ruled Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook can keep her job as she fights dubious mortgage fraud claims from Trump and his allies. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh joined the 3 liberal justices in the majority on this ruling. Joining us from outside the Supreme Court is MS Now legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher. Also with us, MS Now legal analyst Charles Coleman. Fallon, I'll start with you for more headlines on these decisions. What struck you?
Yeah, Mika, I can't.
Julie Gonzalez has given Hickenlooper a run for his money in Arapahoe County. I honestly feel like Julie Gonzalez was a missed opportunity. I hope if she pulls it out, she'll have done it completely on her own. I feel like we should have done more for her. And it's one of those things where even I am not, you know, I've been arguing it's socialist summer, meaning like we could win everywhere. But, you know, the candidates that we have offered up are, you know, a lot of them are not exactly what I would want to see, but it doesn't even matter. We need to be locked in for 2028.
Not underscore the significance of the Slaughter decision that we got yesterday. The court upended 91 years of its own precedent, which is no small feat. And this is going to fundamentally reshape the way that presidents have power. Before this decision, there were statutory protections from Congress that prevented the president from firing these independent agency heads at will. He needed to have cause, meaning that there needed to be negligence or malfeasance or neglect of duty. Now he's going to be able to fire these people at more than a dozen agencies at a whim, simply because they disagree with his own policy. If you remember back to when he actually fired Rebecca Slaughter, the email that fired her said that he was doing so because her priorities were different from the administration. So this is going to fundamentally reshape his power. And
we did door knocking, but she didn't want our endorsement. Yeah, see, that's the problem, is a lot of people thought that DSA was some sort of like dangerous thing to get the support of, when in reality, it's not like, with all due respect, Our Revolution or MoveOn.org or Progressive Change Campaign Committee or Working Families Party. Like, the DSA difference is insane. It's actually a movement. It's actually got real firepower. And so when you get that DSA support, you're talking about hundreds of volunteers. You're talking about tens of thousands of phone calls and doors knocked. You're talking about an army. And I think a lot of people are going to know that for 2028.
Continues to strengthen the executive branch and chip at the power of Congress. Now, on the other hand, the Lisa Cook decision wasn't totally a surprise. In fact, the justices actually signaled the way that they were approaching these 2 cases differently when they decided to take them off of the emergency docket, because they allowed the block on Lisa Cook's firing to remain in effect while this case continued. Now, this is a more preliminary ruling at this point, and they're kind of dodging the actual merits of the Fed. Fed, although they hint very heavily that they view the Fed differently from the other independent agencies. But they're blocking the Trump administration's bid to pause the lower court's ruling that had blocked her firing. So this will go back down to the lower court for further litigation, because this was in the early stages. But with the Supreme Court saying, you know, the Fed is different. And that's, you mentioned that Kavanaugh was in the majority there. That's something that he had actually signaled during arguments. He made a point that, you know, what goes around comes around. And if we give the president this power right now to fire members of the Fed, that could come back to bite the president or the party in future presidencies.
Charles, you were live on the air as these decisions were coming down yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Now, with some time to process and think through the significance of them as we think about the ability of a president, any president now, to fire independent regulators, something that had been protected for almost a century, as Fallon said there. This allows those departments, those organizations, to become almost explicitly political with appointees from the president.
We've had so much conversation, Willie, about the notion of an authoritarian government or an authoritarian administration coming into play. But most of that has been rooted in the rhetoric that we've heard from Donald Trump. Yesterday, these Supreme Court decisions, particularly the two that we've been discussing with regards to the FTC and the Fed, they made that more of a reality. And I was very curious going into yesterday how they were going to toe the line between the two agencies and make a difference. And it seems to me that the impact that they understood, these justices knew that this could have with respect to Lisa Cook and the Federal Reserve on the economy as a whole. And
it is very funny for them to be like, no, the Federal Reserve, you can't just fire people on that, but you can fire people on everything else, as if there's some sort of principled distinction between that. You know what I mean? Like, it's because the money molestation that could happen from firing Fed Reserve chairs worries the capitalists. So they don't want any money molesters to get in there. But everything else, your kid, they're in favor. In fact, they like molesting your kid. Foreign policy, molest away. The environment, molest away. Your kid's education, molest away. Our transit system, molest away. Our water, our air, molest away. But god damn, you better not molest the money. That's Republican politics in a nutshell. Everything can be destroyed for the money. Nothing is sacred.
Implications going forward likely played a role in how they decided that case.
Also, this like lowers the governmental quality of the United States to such a dramatic degree. It's insane. The only argument for conservatism. I'm about to give you the strongest argument for conservatism. Are you ready? The strongest argument for conservatism is thus: in order for people to plan for the future, they need to have a predictable environment. If the environment is changeable, unstable, and unsteady, people become timid and afraid to invest in the future. So you need to have continuity with the past in order to facilitate human development. And it, you know, like old men are not planting trees if, you know, there's fucking, it's Mad Max out there. Continuity, stability gives people the ability to thrive. That is the only decent argument for conservatism, which is, you know, respect the wisdom of our ancestors, respect the wisdom of those that came before, and before you totally rip everything up. We may not understand why we do something, but it still may be beneficial nonetheless. That is the strong, I steelmanned the right. And now they're ripping even that up. They're like, oh, are you trying to make a multi-billion-dollar investment decision based on a governmental policy or interpretation of a rule? Well, guess what? As soon as the president comes in, he can fire everybody and make a new rule. So you just significantly increase the risk of every single decision that relies on the government in any way. And here's a newsflash. Every decision relies on government policy that you could ever make.
On the other hand, when you're talking about the amount of power that has now been given to the president and the executive branch to make these unilateral decisions about administrative agencies, that is a scary thing to think about because of the fact that these, Willie, are supposed to be independent organizations. These are supposed to be independent agencies that don't get into the type of politicized nature of what Donald Trump would like to see happen from his leadership.
So what is the distinction, as you see it, between this first decision and the second one with regards to the Federal Reserve? Why the carve-out effectively for the Fed?
They haven't really been as clear as I would like. And I think that Fallon talked a little bit about the fact that they kind of punted on that issue of addressing it squarely, which is not a surprise. The Supreme Court doesn't necessarily deal with more than they have to if they don't want to. And here they did not want to. But it was clear that they did see the Fed differently, and they made it very clear that they saw the Fed differently, even as they didn't go into the distinctions as to why.
Charles, were you surprised that one of the court decisions yesterday struck at the fable, one of Donald Trump's favorite fables, about mail-in ballots?
No. And the reason why is because, Mike, when you're looking at the oral arguments in this case, Chief Justice Roberts.
It's insane 9 people get to make these monumental decisions. The United States Supreme Court is a rogue court. And it's made that way because the Democratic Party does not fight fire with fire. They had a Supreme Court seat stolen for Barack Obama, and they sat there like pathetic fucking losers even after they took power. Can you imagine if the opposite had taken place? That we had taken a Supreme Court seat from Trump and then installed like some hyper woke, like imagine if who would be a good example? We installed AOC as Supreme Court Justice. Like what kind of mental breakdown would the right have made? They would have packed the Supreme Court to 500 members if Daria Lisa was on the Supreme Court after we stole a seat from Trump. But no, like the Democrats go like, oh, you tricked us. Oh, you got us this time. But eventually one of your judges will die while we're president. We're never going to lose another election ever again. So in 30 years, when the emergency life extension medicine can no longer extend their life, then we might be able to change the Supreme Court to 5-4 in our direction. Oh, you'll be sorry.
Roberts kind of tipped his hand, and one of the things that he did was he asked very plainly, "Isn't the Constitution
Supreme
still the
Court did the
Constitution?"
same tactics. When was the last time there was a Supreme Court that had a majority of Democratic appointed judges or justices? When was the last time the United States Supreme Court had a majority of Democratic president appointed justices? This is a question for our friend Dummy. Rubio wouldn't win his way out of a paper bag. That jug-eared closet case neocon is going nowhere. AOC would win 40 states. Try again. The answer is 1969, you dumb rat. Even though the Democrats have won almost as many presidential elections as the Republicans, they've barely appointed any justices. I think the Republicans have appointed 3 times as many justices since the 70s. So only a rube would allow themselves to keep playing a game that's rigged against them.
And what that suggested to me when I thought about that was the idea that he understands that in plain speak, this is something that the court still regards as ironclad as much as possible. I do think, however, for the president, if you're looking at this and taking a step back, it is a loss, but it's not the biggest loss because, as we know, he has continued to now put pressure on Congress regarding the SAVE Act and trying to get that passed, as well as on the Postmaster General. So he is trying as best he can to backdoor his way to the same sort of ruling, even though he could not get it through the high court.
That was a 5-4 decision that effectively the Supreme Court said you count a mail-in ballot as long as it's postmarked by Election Day. So, Fallon, one last busy and very hot day there outside the Supreme Court. What will you be watching for today as these decisions come down?
Yeah, Willie, you know what's funny about the last day of the Supreme Court is that it's the only day where we actually know which decisions we're going to get. So, of course, we've been speculating that birthright citizenship might come last. And in fact, that is going to be one of the decisions that we get today. That'll be the landmark case of this term, no doubt. And the court looks poised to uphold that, saying that if you are born on American soil, you are an American citizen. Of course, the president, day one in office, tried to overturn that, saying that if your parents were here illegally or temporarily, you can't do that. And they made these interesting arguments about birth tourism that the Solicitor General was pushing during arguments, and the court seemed really skeptical of that. But that is going to be the biggest case that we will be talking about for days to come. There are 3 other cases still on the docket for the justices to decide today. There's a pair of cases involving transgender athletes, female transgender athletes who want to play on girls' and women's sports teams. And those cases involve a pair of state bans on that participation. And it looks like—
Did you see the NPR retracted their story? Yes, I did. It's in my title.
The court is poised to uphold those bans. Now, notably, that decision would likely not affect the entire country, just the 27 states that have laws like that on the book, blocking those transgender athletes from playing. And then the other case, of course, involves campaign finance. And this has the potential to fundamentally shift power away from super PACs and back to the political party organizations. And the big thing to note there is that this will have major impacts on the midterm elections for the Republican Party, especially. Of course, they're really skilled at fundraising. And so if this power moves away from super PACs and back to the RNC, the NRSC, the NRCC, that could have major implications for this year's midterms. But we're expecting decisions in all 4 of those cases at 10 a.m. here at the court.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't get why they focus so much on trans people. Like, actually, who cares? Leave them alone, because it is a... How do I explain this to people? If you're secure in your sexuality and in your gender, and you also feel no shame about transitioning, if that's how you felt, you can't empathize with conservatives, because a lot of conservatives are intensely closeted and intensely repressed. So and they are repressed and closeted out of fear. That's why when you really look at and read conservatives talking about queerness, they say that it's a big temptation and that a lot of people would become trans, a lot of people would become queer, that it's intensely transmissible and attractive, right? They kind of give the game away with, like, if you let people be gay, then everybody would be gay. That's the argument they make. It's because they're gay and they're intensely repressed. So you look at these situations and you're looking at like empirical studies and you're looking at numbers and you're looking at like what science shows is the best way to handle, gender expression, dysphorias and stuff. And you're willing to consider like the ideas like gender abolition or, gender non-conforming behaviors, and you don't think it's that big of a deal. But for them, they want to be a hot, sexy lady, or they want to get their back blown out. Okay. Like but they can't, because people will make fun of them or they'll get bullied or whatever. They're full of fear. So when they see someone who's out and proud and living their life bravely, they want to punish that person, because to them, that person is brave. And so they want to knock them down a peg. They want to show them that actually you can't be out and proud. They have this like urge to like knock people down. So that's really where a lot of it comes from. It really is a psychological phenomenon. Like, I'm really good friends with Austin and Christian. I think they're really cool guys. I admire them a lot. But I have absolutely no desire to live in that way. There's no temptation for me. There's no it's not an attractive thing for me. So them living their authentic life does not in any way affect me or make me feel any type of way. I'm just like, I'm happy you're happy, my friend. They can't live like that. So let's get into, obviously we're going to keep talking about these Supreme Court decisions as they go, but there has been a major development from AOC. She's done 2 incredible new policy positions that she's come out and is advancing that are almost unprecedented. The first is AOC has introduced an amendment that would effectively halt all offensive and defensive U.S. military aid to Israel under certain conditions as part of a package of 11 amendments to the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act. The proposal would require all U.S. defense articles and services to be used in accordance with international law and consistent with Section 620L of the Foreign Assistance Act, prohibit transfers to countries that restrict U.S.-supported humanitarian aid. Its practical force lies in stripping the president's discretion to look at past existing law. Section 620L, or Section 620I, actually, already bars aid to governments that block U.S. humanitarian assistance, but administrations have repeatedly declined to determine that Israel is in violation despite restrictions on aid entering Gaza. Under the amendment, the president would have to affirmatively make that determination, and Congress would have to specifically authorize the transfer through legislation before covered military aid could proceed. So this is a restriction of all aid to Israel without people openly coming out and endorsing it. So in other words, forcing them to expose themselves as pro-genocide and become criminally liable for it. The second thing she did, and this is even more important, She wants to declassify multiple different military coups and foreign interventions that America made in Brazil. She wants the CIA to have to release all the information on Brazil, on Chile, on Colombia, and on Peru. And she wants to prohibit the Pentagon funds from being used on U.S. sanctions on Cuba. And today, she also said she's going to be voting for Thomas Massey's amendment that would eliminate all military funding for Israel.
In my community and my district, the conclusion is pretty clear. I'll be voting for the Massey Amendment.
Now, what's really interesting about this is, obviously, this is all very substantial and very important policy. And everybody who pressured AOC deserves partial credit for it. But, and this is where I think I diverge from a lot of other people, you have to actually know what you're talking about. And when AOC is like pushing policies that would significantly harm Israel, you should be supportive of that. And if you're not supportive of that because you have some sort of imagined other policy, which is not even, doesn't exist anywhere, but only in your head, you're fucking up. Stripping this money from Israel makes them unable to fight the wars. And for people that are out there going like, oh, what AOC and Matt Duss want is for Israel to buy their own weapons, that Netanyahu's position, you're stupid. That's not Netanyahu's actual position. That is a talking point he's making. It's a talking point. Israel cannot fight this war without American support. It's literally impossible. Israel is not a boogeyman. It's actually a rather weak country. It would have lost all these wars if it wasn't for hardcore American support, diplomatic, logistic, actually aiding them in target selection, AI targeting, spying, weapons manufacture, interception of rockets and drones. Like, Israel would have lost the war to Yemen if it wasn't for the US, let alone Iran. So like, if you think that like, oh, Israel would be able to afford to buy these weapons, you're insane. They can't. They literally cannot. It would destroy their entire economy. Like, you don't know what you're saying. Israel's GDP is half of that of Georgia, and it receives much of its GDP from America. Do you know how many billions of dollars in transfers are given to Israel? Okay. I think a lot of people, and I mean this with like all due love and respect, a lot of people have made their bones criticizing AOC. And a lot of that criticism is fair or was appropriate. But now all they know how to do is make anti-AOC videos. And I'll tell you, I know how they feel. Like, if I go to my YouTube, if I want to have a video do well, it should mention Hassan or talk about China. If I make a video that's not mentioning Hassan or not talking about China, it probably isn't going to do that well on YouTube, because that's where my algorithm is like developed. If I made a video that goes against those topics, if I made videos attacking Hassan, or I made videos that were now anti-China, I would like basically gut my channel. So if you've been making money making anti-AOC content, you're always going to try to find a cloud in everything she does, because your entire social media presence relies on going after AOC. AOC is the major, like, I want you guys to understand this is something that your brains are going to need to like process. And I'm telling you guys this because I would rather you guys start dealing with it now than becoming stupid and becoming moronic for the next 2 years. AOC is the biggest threat to Israel in its entire history. I need you to understand that. I need you to, like, whatever your brain needs to do to align with that reality, then you're going to get good. Does that mean AOC could have an even more anti-Israel position? Yes. But within the context of geopolitics, the fact that she's trying to separate the United States from Israel, and she's someone that we can pressure, that creates a different type of environment. Whereas all the other Democratic politicians are pro-Israel. They want to protect Israel.
AOC should be our next president when she has refused to endorse any Democratic challenger incumbents in the last 2 years, including 2 of her campaign staffers who have pinned the blame on their losses to the fact that she made them look weak by refusing to endorse them. You're telling me...
I'm sorry, guys. That's pathetic. I'm gonna raise your hand. Okay, I gotta tell you something. If a politician loses and the first thing they do is run out and blame somebody across the country, that's fucking loser shit. That's loser shit. That's absolute loser shit. It would have been good if she had endorsed a boycott, but she didn't like. There was a reason she didn't want to. It's her fucking right to not endorse. There was no incumbent in that race either. And the person who won over boycott was Connie Chan, who is like who's a DSA candidate, or it's in DSA and is a local office holder. He lost to someone who's just as left wing as him, if not more. There was an interprogressive fight and he lost. Why is AOC supposed to have to like intervene in that? Why? Because he used to work for her? I mean, that says something about, like, what are we saying here? I like boycott, but give me a fucking break. It's not like a neoliberal one. Like, let's stop. Let's stop. Next.
AOC should be, when she is literally a Zionist who supports the criminal and racist project of a greater Israel. You're telling me she...
I think one of the problems that we have in like one of the problems, and again, I like this guy actually, but there is this AOC derangement that is just not accurate in any way. Like, AOC supported Zoran in the moment of decision. She helped boost him over the finish line. She's coordinating with Zoran. She's coordinating with Bernie. Yes, she's staying out of House races. That is true. Bernie Sanders is staying out of Senate races. Do you see him endorsing people that are primarying sitting senators? What senators is AOC endorsing against? Or excuse me, Bernie endorsing against? Now, Bernie's getting more involved in like congressional races. And if AOC never endorses Abdul, I think that would be a mistake. I think she should. But like, what are we saying? What are we saying? Click his profile. He's boosting the original anti-AOC schizo, the LaRocheite running against Richie Torres. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kareem on the NPC groundwork member wrote a piece on The Nation saying AOC needs to apologize for a DNC speech re Palestine, and he's right. I gotta be honest with you, chat. You know, I don't believe apologies for politicians are generally a good idea. And I'll tell you why. Because whenever you're apologizing, people just go, oh, they think this is harming them, and they fixate on it more. It doesn't help you. Do you think if she apologized for that, your favorite guy would start posting positive AOC videos? I think she should apologize by attacking Biden's old positions and Kamala's old positions. I don't think she should constructively apologize by being on the attack. I don't think she should apologize by saying sorry. What I mean by that is she should be like, all of us were lied to by establishment Democrats who said they were working tirelessly for a ceasefire. So that's what she should do. I don't think she should go like, I'm so sorry that I thought that Kamala Harris was working, but she really wasn't. And my judgment is questionable and I can get tricked and blah, 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 blah. I don't think that is a good way of doing it. Do you think anti-Graham Platter people would start supporting it? I mean, he apologized for his tattoo. He apologized for his old posts. Has anybody stopped bringing up the tattoo and the old posts?
She should be president when she just came out to endorse Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, falling in line with the rest of the establishment. Got it. Look, AOC doesn't get AIPAC money for her actions to reveal to us where her interests lie.
I gotta be honest with you, chat. Like, I don't think that anybody who has an analysis that is this poor should be talking about congressional politics, because AOC engaged in a transaction with Hakeem Jeffries to get public housing for New York City. And there is no alternative. I think the problem is, like, people think that you can just stamp your feet and therefore an alternative would be generated. There is no alternative to Hakeem Jeffries because we don't hold enough seats on the left. And if your argument is that a congressperson should not engage in politics, they should be abstentionist, they should deliver nothing for their constituents, that's not a serious position. People like you when you deliver. Look at how Zoran is becoming more popular because he's delivering real shit in reality. He's being an effective politician. He's not being a grandstander. This is just incorrect.
Establishment and with the ruling class. She came into Congress promising to open the door for more progressive people to come in there too, and all she has done is bar the door shut. That is no leader. What you're telling me is...
Okay, buddy. That's not even true. Again, she literally endorsed multiple people. She has endorsed multiple people for Congress this year. It's not even true that she hasn't. She has. She just hasn't endorsed everybody. I know why she didn't endorse. I think the reason she didn't endorse in New York City for Daria Lisa and Claire were silly. I think they were silly. She likes Nadia, who was the person who was retiring for Claire's seat, and she endorsed someone else. So AOC said, I'll stay out of it out of respect for you. And then Zoran went in and he fucking big dick the whole situation and won it for Claire anyway. I think one of the things that's like kind of frustrating, this kid is smarter than all y'all combined. You are absolutely one of the dumbest people I've ever seen in my life. Do you think Zohran Mamdani, Bernie Sanders, and AOC, and Abdul El Sayed, and Rashida Tlaib, and Ilhan Omar are all on the same team? Or do you think they're all fighting each other? And you figured out they secretly hate each other. And you hate AOC, but you really love Ilhan Omar. You are stupid. You've created a fan world in your brain. Now, I have like disagreements with what AOC does. But the problem is you need to learn the difference between a disagreement and a betrayal. And I think you are mentally ill. I don't think you can figure that out. I don't think you can understand that someone can have a different idea about what the right decision is. And that doesn't mean they betrayed me. Or they might have a different tactical position. That doesn't mean they've betrayed me. Taking AIPAC money would be a betrayal. Writing a bill to strip Israel of funding? That's what I want her to do. I wish she had done it earlier. But again, you're not able of like actually articulating any points or logic. And the thing is, like, I don't like AOC. Then what's your choice? Losing? Being a fucking loser? Doesn't Daria Lisa and Claire, doesn't that feel better than being a fucking loser all the time? You goddamn loser. Don't you want to have more people in power that actually are putting these people to fright? The difference is, like, my politics causes them to get in fear. Your politics has them smiling. Because you turn our effective, growing political movement into loser shit. You have now been psyoped into believing stripping money from Israel is a Zionist position because your identity is now attacking AOC. And the thing is, there's nothing I can say to change your mind. All I can do is make everybody who's not schizo see you for a fucking dope that you are, which is a good goal for me. AOC went on television and defended Daria Lisa. She congratulated Daria Lisa and Claire for their victories. She is not anti any of these people. In fact, a lot of the organizations that AOC builds up are the ones that went and fought for her. The thing is, you're a fucking fan. You have fan mentality. You don't have an understanding of politics in the sense of how it's actually practiced. AOC could step back and let Zohran take the brunt. And then she went down and endorsed at the state legislative level that Zohran didn't want to endorse at the state legislative level. Why didn't Zohran want to endorse at the state legislative level? Because that would offend state legislators if he didn't win. And that they would hurt his funding for the city, so he would be a failure. They would use our government funding to make Zohran look bad. But AOC could step in and they can't do anything to AOC. And similarly in Congress, Zohran can endorse the candidates for Congress. And if they are offended and they win, they can't do anything to Zohran, at least directly. So it's a way for them to all reach across and help grow the movement while also protecting themselves in a legislative context so they do their jobs better. The fact that you don't want them to do that is crazy to me.
Appreciate it. Also happening today, Democrat socialist Melat Kiros taking on...
Do you think these guys, do you think Fox News would be making an article far left panic as far left challenges them incumbent? Do you think they'd be talking about your shit at all? Like you're talking to literal baby brained idiots? Well, we need to create the truth is that I want AOC to improve. I have some criticisms with her. I'm frustrated with a lot of what she does. I've been frustrated with Zohran. But then they show me the right answer. Zohran endorsing Claire, who came on this stream. Do you understand that we're literally people that we love and embrace? Zohran is helping and got her across the finish line? Like, what are you doing? Are you stupid?
Colorado's most senior member of Congress, Diana DeJette, in the Democratic primary there. And Democrats are worried about another far left upset, with one House member saying, quote, "I think it's quite likely DeJette will lose. Democratic leadership that ignores this does so at its own peril." Here's Kiros doubling down on the radical movement.
We were enforcing our borders long before ICE existed, and we'll do it long after ICE existed. Voters are voting across this country for leadership that is unbought and unafraid to stand up to the billionaires and the corporations that have kept our prices high, that have been burning our planet and profiting from genocide. I believe what we're talking about here is attacks that are taking place on the Jewish community as a result of the actions that are taking place in Palestine.
Joining us now to react, senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, good morning to you. So we have a new name we're talking about today in Melat Kiros, who's running in Colorado's very liberal 1st Congressional District. And she believes in all the standard socialist things, abolish ICE and Medicare for all. But she also declined to call the firebombing of Jews in Boulder, Colorado, an act of anti-Semitism because she doesn't know what was in the heart of the perpetrator. And when asked, she agreed that a 9/11 was the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy.
That's called analysis, you fucking dumb rats. In my humble opinion, AOC would be honest about why she said working for a ceasefire, not do a fake apology. She thought Trump would be worse on Harris on Israel, and so misrepresentation to elect Harris was valid. I don't agree with her take, but she should level with people. No, she should never say that. She should say this. We were lied to. We were all lied to by Joe Biden about what he was doing for the ceasefire, and we didn't. And I believe that Donald Trump would be a disaster for the world. I was right about Donald Trump being a disaster. I was lied to by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. But I'm the only person up on this stage that calls it a genocide. I'm the only person on this stage that is fighting to strip funding for Israel. If you want to hurt Israel, I am the one that you vote for. If you want to punish those responsible for the genocide, I'm the one you vote for. I never took AIPAC money. They all took AIPAC money. The only regret I have is that Bernie Sanders didn't win in 2020. That's the type of shit she should say. But in politics, sometimes we have to make the least bad decision. You all know what it's like. You voted you've made lesser. Every American has voted for somebody they're not that big of a fan of, okay? I know exactly how you feel. How about you've tried voting for someone who you will actually like? Ask the people in New York City how voting for Zoran is going. They fucking love it.
There is very little polling when it comes to this race, but if she does win, this would be a major victory for the socialist movement in this country.
I mean, think about what you just described there, Carly, as far as that firebombing in her district, saying that she doesn't know what's in the heart of the person who killed people. I mean, who cares what's in that person's heart? That person needs to go to jail. And yet here we have another foreign-born, anti-American candidate who will win in this district. I mean, you look at any polling that's coming out of there. I mean, this could be easily a double-digit victory for Melat Kiros. And we're seeing this now trend happening in New York City. We just saw it last week. 3 Democrat socialists, which again is the biggest oxymoron ever to put Democrat and socialist in the same sentence as far as democracy and socialism existing peacefully. Then we also have, obviously, in Seattle, Washington, in Washington, D.C., now Colorado, which used to be a purple state. Now, obviously, it's quite blue, especially in the Denver, Boulder area. This is the trend at this point. But again, if you're a member of the Republican Party and you're running in the midterms in 2026 or running for president in 2028, this is a walking, talking campaign commercial when you look at all of her extreme views that say, once again, that there shouldn't be any military or financial assistance to Israel whatsoever. As you said, 9/11 being inevitable given our own foreign policy. 29 years old, there she is on your screen, and she's going to be in every campaign ad along with Zohran Mamdani, along with Katie Wilson, the mayor of Seattle, going forward as far as the midterms are concerned, because this is the new Democratic Party, Todd.
Joe, need a real quick answer here. You heard President Trump in that soundbite going into the commercial. He's not using the word socialism anymore. He's using the word communism. As a messaging expert yourself, what do you make of that change?
I think in the end, Todd, if you have a very binary choice, just a very simple choice between common sense and communism, you win that battle every time. Ronald Reagan obviously ran on that back in 1980, also had a great line saying, are you better off than you were 4 years ago when he ran against Jimmy Carter? Just make it a very simple choice for voters. Don't get deep down in the policy. And I think in the end, Republicans, again, are embracing this as a result, because it's a very easy choice for most Americans in swing districts, not so much in deep blue districts, but in swing districts, this message wins, Todd.
Joe Concha, we will see. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it as always.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
My biggest concern with AOC is her refusal to endorse against Corpo Dems. That will never work with her. If she doesn't bring in enough progressive DSA Congress people with her at 28, should be instructed and kept from moving the necessary reforms to improve material conditions enough to avoid a fascist backlash in the 2030 midterms. I'll go 110% for press for her, but she's not getting more courageous and it's worrying. My friend, that's just my position. My friend, that's my argument, and that's the argument I've been making on this stream for over a year. So that's right. You've learned my position, and you're repeating it back. Congratulations. We're on the same page. I'm not saying that to hate on you. I'm saying, no, that's literally my point. That's literally my position. My position is, I think AOC is somebody that you catch with honey and not with vinegar. Studying various politicians, AOC is somebody who you could convince more by like acceptance than harsh criticism. She's not a harsh criticism enjoyer. She fucking turtles up. Now, I hope she learns to be a little bit more thick-skinned, but just studying her, that's just the way it is. You know, you have to kind of have an assessment of how politicians operate. Denver ballots by age. Yesterday, 19,000 additional ballots were returned to Denver, marking the youngest day of early voting period so far. The average age of voters continues to decline steadily as election day approaches, with young voters expected to break more toward progressives. Let me tell you something, chat. We harsh criticized AOC into making that pledge at the DSA meeting. No. I think that it was a combination of criticism that was both constructive and harsh. But AOC made that pledge and she caved the DSA because she believed that she could win, meaning she could win the endorsement, she could win the support. If she felt like the organization was totally like dedicated to destroying her, she wouldn't be part of it. Which, of course, what politician would? That would be insane. Saying I was lied to makes her look like she was easy to trick versus I was willing to say whatever to prevent Trump. One is honest and two makes her look like a cutthroat strategist. I don't think that people like that, unfortunately. I do, but I don't think people like I lie to you to manipulate you. I don't think that's a good strat, right? Like I lie to you to manipulate you because I know better than you. I don't think that is a good strat for a politician like AOC. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Saying Joe Biden lied to me and he lied to all of you, but I was willing to believe it because I knew just how much of a disaster Donald Trump would be, because I was here during his first term and I was doing everything I could to try to defeat Donald Trump, which was the only reasonable position, I believe. And for a lot of people, I think that's and she said, and that's why I believe this thing about Israel needs to change. I need to cut off funds for Israel. We need to, support the International Criminal Court. We need to do this. We need to do this. Like, do you want to win? At a certain point, you have to accept the fact that this is our opportunity. This is it. We're not getting a better one. Stop imagining something that doesn't exist and look at what's in front of you. Because I can tell you, in 20 years' time, if we have not taken advantage of this opportunity, you will forever regret it for the rest of your fucking life. That is we were given we have lucked ourselves into another opportunity where the regular people hate the Democratic Party establishment, where there is no clear incumbent Democratic president or candidate. We have an open election with no incumbent president from either party, where the left is surging, where the right is discredited and the centrists are discredited, where foreign policy disasters make Israel look like a genocidal state, which it is, and regular people believe and agree with you. We've never, ever, ever had an opportunity like this, and if we don't win now, we never will, because the alternative will be right-wing repression, where our politics will be criminalized. If the choice is between psycho and stupid, she's not stupid. No one would think that's stupid. That's the vast majority of people. The vast majority of people voted for the Democrats as a harm reduction, and they believed them. Most people are not going to read that as, oh, you were stupid because the president told you something and you believed it in order to stop Trump. That doesn't come across as stupid. Maybe to our fever swamps, it does, but not to normal human beings with a pulse. So let's keep our Melat. Did I misspell her name? Is it Melat? Okay, I did misspell it. All right, good. God, it's a 5-letter name. I think one of the things that, we have a hype train going. Hell yeah, chat. One of the things that I will say is everybody, you gotta start thinking about politics in a more mature and serious way. And what I mean by that is Daria Lisa won a congressional seat against a 5-time incumbent who is the chair of the Hispanic caucus. We have the ability to win power, the likes of which we've never had. The anti-electoral argument has been disproven in the sense of we can't win with our politicians. It is increasing the viability of socialism in the eyes of the masses. You could see literally thousands of people are flocking to join DSA. Our candidates are surging at polls all over the country. We were right. They were wrong. Like, it's really that simple. Everybody who said, oh, we should be distracted by these electoral campaigns, we should go and try to organize people through other means. What has been the grand total of their efforts? How many more DSA members? What are the concrete results?
Our leaders who are unbought and unafraid to stand up to the billionaires and the corporations that are keeping our prices high.
I don't think these people would, it's reform and revolution, not reform or revolution. That's my response. The reform enables the revolution. These elections make socialism more plausible. They raise the class consciousness, and we need to be ruthlessly pragmatic. And that is the lesson of successful movements of the past. People are plugging into this and they are believing in it, and they identify as socialists before they learn what that means. And I understand how frustrating that is to hear, but it is the truth. People identify and then they rationalize. So when we see these people winning, and people are like, oh, this is reasonable, and this is actually not only something that I agree with in my heart or intuitively. You're wrong. The working class will one day spontaneously coalesce into class consciousness and violence. The thing is, ruptures will happen. The question is, are we going to be ready to take advantage? And like, this isn't 1920 Germany, okay? The Social Democrats of Germany, they made a mistake. Right? They made a mistake. They were in different conditions. We're not in those conditions. There isn't a revolution happening in Canada and Mexico that's marching into Texas. And then Bernie Sanders is voting to send in the Proud Boys. Okay? Like, that's not the conditions we're in. The conditions where we're in is we're right about to have a fucking fascist arrest us all and ban DSA. Okay? Like, what are you, like, can you understand there are different worlds that we're in?
That are burning our planet, that are profiting from genocide, and that's what we deserve.
In the caucus process and on these doors, I have never felt this much anti-establishment energy from everyday people than I felt this cycle.
There's something happening across America, a political movement setting off earthquakes. It rocked New York last week, and now it's headed for the Rocky Mountains.
Has everybody here voted already? Yeah!
In Denver, a 29-year-old lawyer, PhD student, and barista named Melat Kiros is running for Congress and primarying a longtime incumbent, Diana DeGette. And according to recent polls, she's surged into the lead ahead of the election on Tuesday.
I think the shift that we're seeing is one where the party is being forced to actually reckon with the desires of the voters.
A Democratic socialist, Kiros was fired from her law firm job for defending student protesters over Gaza. She is one of several progressive left candidates running against the establishment in Colorado, which has become one of the most expensive places to live in the country.
We have the support for Medicare for all, we have the support for universal child care, we have the support for abolishing ICE, but it's never going to happen when the people that are taking money from these corporations and these special interests are the ones that are still in Congress.
The year 1997 looms large in this race. It was the year that Diana DeGette entered Congress and the year that Kiros was born.
In 1997, I was less than a year old. I'm sure Diana DeGette was doing the same thing she has been doing for the last 30 years, not really passing bills.
She has not kept up enough. She simply can't meet the moment.
I've called her office too many times to count. Nobody's ever gotten back to me. And so to see that people selling things so they can pay for their health care costs, you know, living in cars outside of their employer in the parking lot, that kind of stuff, that affects me.
I think like most other people my age, I've watched things steadily decline. It just feels good that someone's out here actually speaking truth to power.
Kiros won the vote at the Denver Democratic Assembly.
I've seen some veteran ultras simultaneously denigrate Democratic candidates and launch a mini campaign of their own. Just one candidate who is moral enough, I suppose. Such wasted potential, it's disheartening. The thing about ultras is they think winning is suspicious. I think she's going to win by 10. I think Gonzalez is going to take it to the wire, and I think she's going to win by 10 to 15. That's my certified Mike from PA prediction. Maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but I think that the polling is always wrong, because the polling is assuming that the Democratic primary is going to be similar to previous Democratic primaries, and that's incredibly wrong. So when the assumptions are wrong, the polling is inherently wrong. And when you look at the way this primary is actually wrapping up, Melat is basically squeezing every vote out of her base. And because of the wins in New York City, plausibility is high. Because remember, she got endorsed by Daria Lisa. I think she got endorsed by Claire too, right? You better get out there and vote for her. She's going to fucking win. Like, look at this, man. Look at this Denver Pride reaction to her when she came out.
Only. Here we are, the one and only Melat Kiros!
We're gonna have such a cool freshman class.
My name is Melat Kiros. I'm running for Congress to stand up to the billionaires and the corporations harming our planet, keeping our prices high, and profiting from genocide. I'm running because I believe in a world where every single human being, no matter where you're born, no matter what body you're born into, no matter what wealth you're born into, you are deserving of dignity, of unfettered joy, and of pride.
Why do we care about House seats much more than Senate that are more valuable, like with Julie? I think the answer is House seats are much more doable. The scale of a House seat is much more doable. And Senate seats are much harder for our type of grassroots campaign. But I actually think we're behind the curve. I think we're behind the curve. I think that people are willing to go for the Senate. I think Graham Plattner is a perfect example, Abdul El Sayed, but they're kind of running as more like progressive catch-all campaigns because like there's a worry that DSA is not big enough for a Senate seat. So you don't see DSA Senate seats right now yet. But I think this election will pretty much prove that we're wrong about that. Like we actually can run. And I want to see how well Julie does. I think she might actually win. I'm kind of I don't know. I think she's probably not going to quite make it because there's not enough attention on her. But I believe she's got a shot. I want her to win. It's just non-DSA. It's tough.
But I cannot do it alone. We all have to do it standing together, shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, in solidarity. So I have two asks for you. The first, to look at the beautiful human beings around you and to commit yourself to fighting for their rights just as much as you want someone to fight for your own. And if you live in Denver, get your ballots in by Tuesday. Make your voice heard. Thank you, Denver. Happy Pride.
I agree with your assessment of DSA strategy and electoralism completely. I just think voters respect candor and strength more than ideological tendency, and AOC's presentation is a massive liability. Abdullah Saeed Amiho is a stronger pick if he wins the governor's race. Okay, first of all, he's running for Senate, bro, not governor. And the second is, I don't like winning and then immediately running. The other thing is AOC is much, much, much more popular than everyone else. I think there's a lot of delusion here that people don't understand that AOC is much, much more popular. And when I say popular, I'm using it in the actual definition of the word. Abdul El Sayed could fly to, say, Philadelphia and walk around, and he would probably not really be recognized, right? AOC could show up in Paris, and people would be losing their shit. Do you understand the difference? Like the level of clout that AOC has already puts everyone else to shame. It's not to say that somebody like Zoran isn't climbing. He is. He absolutely is. I think Zoran is getting to her level. But like The alternatives that we talk about, they're just nowhere. They're not on her level. She's like the top fundraiser in the House Democrat caucus from taking small dollar donations. She's normie famous. Now, there's still like a block of people, about 20 to 30% of people that don't know who AOC is. But that's compared to like 70% who don't know who Abdul is. Like it's a big gap. And it's hard to get complete name recognition. The only person who's known more than her, that's a left winger, is Bernie Sanders. And I feel like people underestimate how important that is. It's very important. It's very important in a Democratic primary that people already have an opinion about AOC. They already like her, and Democrats already like her. She's not an unknown quantity. To try to change people's minds about AOC is going to be very hard for them to do. Like, that's the thing that you guys don't know. Like if I ran for president, they'd spend $1 billion calling me every name, and everybody would think I was the biggest evil piece of shit ever. But if they spent $1 billion on AOC, it might move the numbers a little bit. Like, she is very resistant to the same kind of to the attacks, and that's where her value comes in. And the other thing is, like, yes, I have disagreements with her, but a lot of the disagreements get hyper fixated on because they get boosted. They get boosted by the algos because the billionaires hate her guts.
Why Republicans must maintain control of the Senate.
Yeah.
Sam Alito.
All right, where are we talking? What's the next thing I want to talk about? Oh, actually, let's watch the majority report on this.
This is their platform. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy. Expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting.
What? They're saying the quiet part out loud. Remember, AOC, up until like, I think, 2022, had more name recognition amongst conservatives than liberals, because Fox News desperately tried to demonize her. And then you'll recall Nancy Pelosi decided to demonize Ilhan Omar when they took back the House in 2020, or was it 2018? I can't remember now. They had a bill called House Resolution 1, which was a catch-all, had a bunch of great stuff in it. And instead, the day they passed that, they also passed a resolution, or started floating one, to censure Ilhan Omar, and stepped all over their bill. The conservative Democrats are bad at this. But here is AOC, who is no longer, I think, going to be the demon that Republicans will, and frankly, conservative Democrats will trot out as a way of scaring people. I just don't think it's going to work in the same way that it may have 6 years ago. But here is AOC.
She had this to say. She said, we need significant new leadership. If people can't recognize that the game has fundamentally changed and can't adapt, then they need to make room for others who can. And she was referring to Jeffries, and she's, of course, in the Senate, to Schumer as well. What do you think about that? And what do you think Jeffries needs to do to prove that, if you think he needs to do anything to prove that?
Well, I think that anyone who says and issues a statement like this, I think it's important for them to get prescriptive about the changes that they want to see. I've been pretty clear about where I think the country should go. I think that we need to move forcefully to guarantee health care to every American. I think we need to move forcefully towards raising wages and taking on corporate corruption and profiteering. But there are a lot of folks who talk about change in leadership that don't necessarily articulate what their direction is. And so I would say that it's important that when we talk about change, we talk pretty specifically about the kind of changes that we want, because there are a lot of people in this country, and there are a lot of forces and lobbyists that want the Democratic Party to become even more pro-corporate than it is. And so not everyone talking about change is talking about the same thing. And so when I talk about change, I talk about orienting the Democratic Party to be unabashedly working class and to orient itself again around working class Americans. And,
Excuse me, Chad.
and I think that part of the conversation, because it's kind of in vogue to be talking about change, when people aren't prescriptive about what those changes need to be, I think we need to be asking further questions.
Now, AOC now has the ability, and she gets a lot of criticism for things that I think are legit, to the extent that from a performative stance, maybe people have some problem with. But she now has the ability to go to an audience that would otherwise be DSA hostile and sell a DSA or, just generally more progressive ideals to an audience that would be hostile to it if it was packaged somewhat differently and branded somewhat differently. And so there's, I think, in my opinion, immense value there. Bernie Sanders came out and launched his 2020 campaign by explaining why he was a democratic socialist. That may have helped DSA in the long run. It may have. And built or built that brand. Maybe. I mean, you couldn't necessarily see it in numbers, but it may have made. But I don't believe that it helped his campaign. I believe it hurt his campaign. People rarely vote for a brand unless it has bad associations or good associations. People tend to vote more for policies and for politicians, for better or for worse. That doesn't mean that there isn't value in having organizations. There's a ton of it, and we're starting to see it now. Like, DSA is genuinely like building on what they have built and extending. And in many ways also has the ability to discipline and make sure that their members, Kristen Sinema entered the House as a full-on radical. And then she just went off into La La Land.
The Green Party, she was against the duopoly.
Exactly. But once she got there, she really had no institutional infrastructure, no support, no constituent. I mean, all of it. So please understand what I'm saying here. There is value to people working in extending the power of DSA, and there's also value for people working at a 20,000 foot level, changing people's perspective.
I don't agree with your name recognition point at all, but I think politically she's actually very good. My specific point was her presentation in Abdul versus Tucker is competitive, and I think nonpartisan voters would overwhelmingly choose Tucker over her. My point is purely Optus weaknesses with the candidacy with Tucker. I think you're overestimating Tucker's ability to remain normal under pressure. You're watching Tucker Carlson making videos that are intended to appeal to the broadest possible audience with low IQ blathering. But if you actually try to have Tucker Carlson run, it's going to harden the contradictions. The same exact thing happened with Donald Trump, ironically. The same kind of like soft-headed, oh, well, he's saying some things that I agree with about the wars. That's the exact thing that he's just copying Donald Trump's 2015 playbook, pretty much bar for bar. So if you're falling for it, you probably were not sentient in 2015.
On an issue-by-issue basis.
Also, you're underestimating Trump's cult. I might have been wrong about Tucker. Like my initial like belief was that Tucker Carlson was ahead of the curve on Israel, and the Republican Party was going to shift to Tucker after they lose the 2028 election as like evidence that he was right. And he'll be like the final form of American fascism. But I might be wrong about that. Like, they might just deny the election and the Trump cult might blame him. You know what I mean? Like, that could happen. But the Trump cult it's really strong, Like, what do you want me to say? The Trump cult is very strong.
And providing, like, air power against this backlash that we're going to get from conservative Democrats, because they're afraid of losing their power. Chuck Todd is out there now saying that Jeffries and Schumer can't win a primary today, which is true. And it's also freaking out the Republicans, but they think that they're going to make hay from it. But I don't think it's going to work. I think it'll work in like the hardcore right-wing circles. But here's Mike Johnson trying to scare people about the DSA platform.
The insurgent left is taking over. Now, listen, I don't know if you've seen this, and if anybody shared it from the podium, and if they have, forgive me for repeating it. But the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, it sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Don't say that. This is their platform. Listen, this is actually quotes from their platform that they published, I think, about a day or two ago. You can find this on the internet. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy. Expand the House of Representatives. Implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting.
What?
Elections.
They're saying the quiet part out loud.
Incidentally, there is something called you can look up the NPV. I think it is the NPV Pact, the National Popular Vote Pact, and something like 40% of the states, or at least 45% of the states in terms of electoral votes, have signed on to this. So there's already afoot, way before anybody heard the words DSA, there's been a decades-long attempt to get rid of the Electoral College. The idea that there are conservative voters or people in the middle, let's say, who are like, I didn't realize DSA was in favor of ranked choice voting. Well,
that's supposed to be the quiet part.
They're sitting in their offices trying to figure out what are the parts of this that we can talk about.
Sure.
Without it sounding like we're promoting them. Is there any more of this?
We could go with the ode again.
In all elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. Abolish ICE and grant amnesty for all.
One of the things, like, the reality is that when they list off these policies, people are not going to be offended. That's the thing. Like, if the Republicans are forced to talk about policies, they're losing the election. Republicans win when they're talking about dumb bullshit. When they're allowing your brain to go wild with like fear or greed or anger. They win when the lizard brain is what's being triggered. When you're talking about this acidic policy wonk bullshit and people are sitting there with their reading glasses on and they're going like, you mean Medicare for all? Well, that would reduce my monthly expenses by $700. And why don't we have multiple parties to vote for? Like, nothing they're saying is going to make people lose their shit. Like, nothing. And how do I know this? I've had tens of thousands of conversations about policy. And you could talk to literal right-wing Republican, like, members of the Trump fan club, and you start talking to them about Medicare for all, and none of them are offended. They may not agree with you, but they understand why you think that. I saw a better edit of this. Okay, let's check it out.
DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a
yeah, I mean, like, look at the support. 58%, 63%.
Democracy. Implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting in all elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. End all military and economic.
The majority of Americans disapprove of U.S.-Israel military alliance. 60%.
Economic aid to Israel sounds so.
Here's the thing that you need to understand, and I want you all to accept it, that when AOC launches her presidential campaign, she's going to be surrounded by Daria Lisa, she's going to be endorsed by Claire Valdez, she's going to be endorsed by Bernie Sanders, she's going to be endorsed by Zohran Mamdani, she's going to be endorsed by Abdul El Sayed. There's going to be an absolute flood. All the people that you think you like, Ilhan Omar, they're all going to be standing there behind her. That's what you guys need to, like, reckon with. Put in your brain. That's a certified Mike from PA promise. There's going to be a fucking flood of people. So just accept it. The squad is turning into a platoon. Oh, I like that. What happens if AOC ends up not running for... Dude, she's running. How confident do I feel? 95%. 95%. All right, there's a story, chat, that I wanted to talk to you about because it's really funny, which is... Do you guys remember a few years ago we watched a video about Chinese billionaire Guo Wengu. You guys remember that? I might have even made a video on my YouTube. The self-exiled billionaire. You guys remember? Self-exiled Chinese billionaire. Remember this? Oh, it was the Vice News video we watched. Remember this guy? Exiled Chinese billionaire uses YouTube to wage a war on corruption.
Michael Moynihan. Nice to meet you. How are you?
Welcome you.
Thank you. It's a nice apartment. Is it okay?
This is the libertarian guy. This is a libertarian guy, right? This is Mr. Libertarian guy. Ooh, I'm a libertarian. I think billionaires should have more power.
Can I look around? Yeah. Can you show me around a little bit?
Yes, okay, no problem.
This is so fucking lame, dude. Doing like a cribs for some guy who stole a bunch of money from Chinese workers. This is fucking disgusting. This guy is so corrupt. Wait till you see the punchline.
This isn't exactly what you'd think exile looks like. But there's nothing run-of-the-mill about fugitive billionaire Guo Wengu. The real estate tycoon, who goes by the English name Miles, has spent the last 2 years holed up 18
goes by the English name Miles. I'm trying not to say anything problematic here, but I think there are two dogs on the image on the screen right now.
Above New York Central Park, drinking his coffee out of crystal glassware and live streaming incendiary accusations against high-ranking Chinese officials, sometimes while working out.
When did you buy this apartment?
2015.
Yeah? And you paid $68 million?
No. This is all the fake numbers. I like it. Mr. Donald Trump, president, talk the fake news. This is the idea. Really good. Everything about me is fake. Even the apartment price is fake.
Yeah.
I buy the apartment totally pay 82 million.
There are a lot of disputed facts about Guo. Everything from when he was born to where he was born. What is known about his
there's no red flags there, right, chat?
Gatsby-like existence as he became close to high-ranking Chinese officials in the 1990s and became super rich through real estate developments.
Now, let me just say this, chat. Whenever somebody gets super rich through real estate developments, they were corrupt. They either corrupted the banks or they were corrupted government officials to get them. Like, do you think he looks smart? Does this guy look smart to you? Does he look like he's got anything figured out? Did he invent anything? No, he just had a corrupt relationship with government officials who thankfully under Xi Jinping have been put to the gibbet. Okay? They've been prosecuted for their corruption. That's why he's not in China anymore. Because he stole this money from Chinese people. The Chinese people. Of course they're disgusted. And by the way, chat, this isn't me speculating because guess what happened? Something that's almost unbelievable. Something that's almost impossible to believe. America prosecuted a billionaire. He was so fucking corrupt that America actually prosecuted a billionaire. This is something that you never see. Self-exiled Chinese billionaire Guo Wengu gets 30 years in U.S. prison for fraud conviction. So there you had libertarian dipshit out there spreading lies about the Chinese people, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Chinese government. And he comes to America and he's so corrupt that he even gets prosecuted here. A self-exiled Chinese business tycoon. Once believed to be among China's wealthiest men, was sentenced on Monday to 30 years in a U.S. prison for a massive financial fraud that a federal judge said cost over 1,000 people worldwide hundreds of millions of dollars. Guo Wengu, who fled China a decade ago and reinvented himself as a U.S.-based Communist Party critic, was sentenced in a Manhattan courtroom packed with his supporters by Judge Annalisa Torres. Also, this is something that you always see, dude. You always see this shit with scam artists and frauds. Is that people who are defrauded still defend it because they have a sunk cost fallacy and they cannot believe it. She said he preyed on those seeking to bring democracy to China, taking their money so he could live lavishly. Wow, I can't believe an anti-communist party guy was incredibly corrupt and evil. Wow, that's so surprising. I can't believe it. I can't believe the guy that was chased out of China for being a corrupt was a corrupt fraud. It's almost as if the Chinese people were right and we were wrong. Before he was sentenced, Gao protested his treatment in jail, saying he was taken to the hospital early Monday. He disputed a prosecutor's portrayal of him as a malingerer faking illness, saying he repeatedly vomited as he returned to jail before being brought to court. Yeah, it's called being nervous, bro. It's called being nervous about going to federal prison for the rest of your life, you corrupt fraud. When I came here, I said, I have a tummy ache. I need to go to the bathroom. I don't feel well. Later, Gual wiped his mouth repeatedly with twitched tissue. I'd be puking if I was going to prison for 30 fucking years. He only briefly addressed the criminal case, defending his intentions by saying, in reference to the Chinese Communist Party, the reason I came to the U.S. was to destroy the CCP. The judge, in sentencing him, read snippets of letters she received from victims who described losing their life savings and feeling severely anxious and shamed and having family members turn on them for their poor investment choice. Torres said Gao takes no responsibility for his actions and instead insists incredibly his conduct caused no loss and harmed no one. He has called upon supporters to harass and intimidate those who dare speak out against him. The judge ordered Gao, or Gu, how do you say his name? Gu? Jihu? I can't pronounce his name. I'm so sorry, chat. To forfeit $889 million in restitution. Giwu? Giwu is like that? Giwu? Is that right? Guwu? Guwoa? All right, hold on. Let me just figure this out. Hold on. I have a inability to pronounce names. Goa. I need to listen to it. It's just not computing.
We are looking at how to pronounce these Chinese name.
This is going to be a great video. That's not at all wrong.
One of the most common Chinese surnames, meaning the wall that surrounds a city in China. Guo is how it's said in Mandarin.
This is the worst pronunciation guide I've ever heard in my entire life.
In Mandarin, Guo is how it's said. China. Guo.
Guo? Okay. Guo. That's my best. But Guo. Okay. Guo. Guo to forfeit $889 million in restitution. Hui Chen, a victim who testified at trial, told Torres that Guo fraud destroyed my life and that of her family. As he left the courtroom after sentencing, supporters applauded and shouted toward him. Actually insane. Guo, before his arrest and detention without bail 3 years ago, Guo grew so close to conservative political strategist Steve Bannon that they announced a joint initiative to overthrow the Chinese government in 2020. So in other words, the Donald Trump anti-China shit, they're stealing the money hand over fist. And by the way, this video that was like trying to make him look cool or whatever the fuck. Who is this guy? Who is the guy who's in it? Oh, fuck. Who's the guy in it? What's his name? I forget his fucking name. Did they actually show it? Oh, they did. Michael Moynihan. If you want to know who this guy is, I recognize him. He is a Koch brother billionaire puppet. He is a guy who takes millions of dollars from billionaires to do propaganda for capitalists. He previously the cultural news editor for the Daily Beast, the managing editor of Vice magazine, and a senior editor of the libertarian magazine Reason. He has been a contributor to the Wall Street Journal's book review and produced content for the Free Press, which is what's her fucking name? The woman that looks like a Barry Weiss. Thank you. I was gonna say looks like a trash bag with the loose top. He is a resident fellow at a free market think tank, Timbro, in Sweden. So it's an international capitalist propaganda network. And what do you know? One of their projects is a fucking fraudster. So basically CIA. Ding, 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 ding. You got it. Man, why do they really hate honest people? That's so odd. Prosecutors requested 30 years in prison, saying his astonishing fraud from 2018 to 2023 destroyed hundreds of lives and left a wreckage of victims and families who have been devastated financially, emotionally, and psychologically. Wow. I wonder if anybody's going to ask Michael Moynihan what he feels about making a disgusting... This guy is supposedly waging a war on corruption, by the way. He's waging a war on corruption, by the way.
And, you know, releasing sex tapes and things like this. You accuse the government of doing the same thing to you. Do you regret any of those tactics that in any of the way that you fought this campaign? Right? You know what I'm saying?
I love you now.
Come on, it's a fair question.
Last night, my wife asked the same question.
She did? She asked the same question?
Yeah.
Did she say, you got to stop doing it this way? You're being too hard.
Yeah,
You're being too tough.
Yeah, you regret? You think we have another solution maybe better? This is a very emotional question. Because 昨天呢，我太太问了我这个问题。我太太很少问我问题，她是一直支持我。我很难过，因为这个问题很严肃。
God, what a fucking rat! Holy shit!
哎呀，对不起，因为这个事情呢，关系到我的家人安全。首先，我认为过去的9个月我做的事情一点都不后悔。我拥有了全世界所有人想象的物质生活。我在香港有最大的房子几千平方米，伦敦有最高级的 apartment， 我在北京有最大的四合院，我在盘古有10几个四合院。
Look at how this motherfucker does nothing but talk about property. Look at how this guy just talks about nothing but what he has, and all of it was from corruption and theft. And it was, and you know, the United States of America wanted to have this guy out there as like, you know, oh, we're attacking the corruption of the Chinese Communist Party, but he was stealing so many people's money. He was committing so much fraud. Prosecutors said in court papers that his ill-gotten riches fueled a lifestyle of extraordinary excess and indulgence, a gilded life of mansioned yachts, race cars, designer clothes, and luxury furnishings. He deceived thousands of investors in bogus deals that enabled his lavish lifestyle. They said in pre-sentence court papers that a lengthy prison term would only validate China's smear campaign and embolden further efforts to eliminate Chinese dissidents from public life, while defendants in similar cases received prison terms of 2 to 4 years. Chinese authorities accused him of rape, kidnapping, bribery, and other crimes, but Guo said those allegations were false. Wow, Guo said those allegations were false. You know, it's almost like you're lying. On Monday, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said they noted the sentencing and that Guo is wanted by the Chinese government and has an Interpol red notice on him. The notice is a request to police forces around the world to arrest a suspect pending extradition.
我有2架私人飞机，我有最高级的游艇，我有几百台跑车。我在纽约有这样的房子。我没有任何物质上的。可是我一直在想，我一直这样过生活下去，我会开心吗？我会一直高兴吗？答案是一定不是。我真想改变中国，我要去做这个事情。
Guo is appealing to the United States for asylum and has made friends with people connected to the Trump administration, including Steve Bannon. In the meantime, his sanctuary is an apartment that real estate records show was purchased not for $82 million, but for $67.5.
So once again, why are we taking up why are we giving this guy like space at our prisons? Extradite him to China. Why the fuck are we putting him in our federal prison? Why are you and I paying for this? This guy's a criminal. Send him back to China. Deport him back to China. Why are we following the Daria Lisa method of keeping this guy in federal prison? Deport him back to China. He's a felon. See, this is where I disagree with Daria Lisa. Daria Lisa wants to keep it in federal prison. Steve Bannon, I guess, agrees. I say deport him back to China. All right, chat. I wanted to show you this Noah Samson video on Asmongold because it makes me laugh. That anybody at all would listen to Asmongold, and it kind of exposes something about him, which is if you know anybody who likes Asmongold, they're a piece of subhuman garbage, and you should end all contact and friendship and support.
I'm absolutely picking a side. Like, if I have to pick, like, I would pick Israel over Iran every day of the week. Absolutely. Like, it's not even a question. Like, I know that people have like this Israel fatigue and they hate Israel, but yeah, I would pick Israel every day of the week, and anybody who doesn't want you to do that is probably listening to terrorist propaganda. That's the reason why. Absolutely.
This is Asmongold. Asmongold is one of the most viewed live streamers in the world. With a daily viewership of over 5 million viewers, this is roughly 10 times the viewership of CNN. And apparently, Asmongold is concerned with peace in the Middle East. How does he propose to achieve this peace? Well, with bombs.
I think Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it, and they're firing rockets into Israel. They are. They're firing rockets into. I hope he kills every single fucking one of the Hezbollah members in Lebanon. Every single fucking one.
And only then will the people there have peace.
On his June 14th live stream, Asmongold advocated for the continuation of Israel's bombing campaign in Lebanon. And in the same stream, he also advocated against a peace agreement to end the US and Israel's war on Iran.
If you make peace with Iran, they no longer consider us a mortal enemy. Why is that not an acceptable outcome to you? Because they're not. They're just going to lie to you. They're ideologically captured. They're religious zealots, and they can't be allowed to, they can't be allowed to be trusted. They've already broken too many deals before. They've lied too many times.
Asmongold's argument for the continued bombing of Iran and Lebanon is that in order to achieve peace, we must get rid of the terrorists. Hezbollah is a terrorist group, so he says, and Iran funds them, ergo, we have to bomb the terrorists.
Can you tell your argument why you consider them terrorists? Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose and target civilians to kill them in order to achieve political goals. Groups like Hezbollah and the Houthis. And Hamas. It's that simple.
There are a few issues with his analysis here, though. First among them is
the thing about it is, like, he doesn't even care what Hamas and Hezbollah are, right? He doesn't care to know about the reality of, okay, so like, why does Hezbollah and Hamas exist? Like, when did they get founded? What were the conditions? What were the causes? What do they believe? What are their goals? Who are they fighting? Who calls them terrorists and who doesn't? Because all that requires some amount of effort. But because some Israeli bribed Bill Clinton to name these organizations terrorist orgs, he has to pretend like they're all subhuman for all time, and he can't exercise any independent analysis or judgment.
The premise. Asmongold repeats the IDF's line that they are targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon, but that's not what's actually happening. What the evidence shows is that targeting Hezbollah is just a pretext, one that Israel uses to blow up everything in sight and mass murder civilians. Israel is targeting men, women, children, journalists, healthcare workers, hospitals, ambulances. They are leveling entire cities. They're also routinely using white phosphorus indiscriminately and in civilian residential areas. In the first month of attacks on Lebanon alone, they used it to burn over 10,000 acres of forests and farmland. These are all war crimes. In just the past 4 months, Israel has killed nearly 4,000 people in Lebanon, including hundreds of children and healthcare workers. On average, Israeli forces have killed more than one child every day since
By the way, this child is not killed.
On October...
That's a survivor. So that picture you're seeing of a child covered in burns, that's a survivor. That's not included in the thousands that have died.
3rd, 2024, Israel bombed a medical center in Beirut, killing 9 people and injuring 14. 7 of those killed were members of the medical staff. That same month, Israel destroyed a significant portion of an entire city, Tyre, one of the oldest cities in the world. They damaged over 400 apartments, completely destroyed several buildings, and demolished a number of ancient historical sites. On March 12, 2026, Israel bombed a beachside tent encampment housing people that they had displaced from their bombings, killing 8 and wounding 31. The strike came in the middle of the night, and it was a double tap strike. The first missile landed and killed 3 people near the beach, and when people approached to help the victims, the second missile landed. No evacuation warning was issued. This was in a safe zone. In all of these examples of mass civilian death and destruction, what did Israel say it was doing? It said it was targeting Hezbollah. This is their pretext, and Asmongold is repeating it uncritically. And the same is true of Asmongold's endorsement of Israel's stated goal of eliminating Hamas.
By the way, like, Asmongold doesn't care about facts, evidence, logic, military, expediency, international law. Asmongold basically believes if you could do it and get away with it, then you should. I want to say that again. Asmongold believes that whatever happens to someone, if the person that did it gets away with it, then they had the right to do it. I want you to think about that.
Hamas. That may be what Israel says it's doing, but in reality, what Israel's actually doing in Gaza is killing entire families by leveling apartment blocks, killing toddlers with machine guns, shooting babies in the head with snipers while they're being breastfed by their mothers alone in tents in broad daylight. The vast majority of the people that Israel has killed in Gaza have been civilians. That is the conclusion of every independent expert. The only ones still denying it in 2026 are Israel and the United States, and the content creators online that defend them for some reason still. And as for Asmongold's claim about the United States, the same goes for them. Firstly, because they supply the vast majority of the weapons that Israel has used to commit its genocide, but they also do...
This is what I think everybody needs to understand. Why I want American politicians who are anti-Israel to take power in elections. 65% of the weapons that Israel uses come from the United States. If we cut that off, they cannot fight the war physically, materially on the battlefield. Do you understand that? They will not be able to intercept rockets and drones because they won't have the Iron Dome rockets, which are made in the United States. They will not have the THAAD theater level interceptors that could intercept the hypersonic missiles from Iran. They will not be able to defend against the medium range ballistics from Yemen or the loitering drones from Yemen or from Iran. They will not be able to invade Lebanon. They won't have any tanks. They won't have any drones. They won't have the capability to fight. Do you understand that?
But they also do murderous bombing campaigns themselves. In the first week of the war, the United States blew
so
up.
when Asmongold says, like, I don't really care what goes on over there. What is going on over there is funded by us using our weapons, you dumb fuck.
An Iranian elementary school, killing 156 people, 120 of whom were children. 120 little girls and boys murdered by the United States in a war that they started. Asmongold has apparently consulted the history books and feels vindicated by them.
Every single page of the history book proves me right.
But I'm not sure which ones he read, because if you look,
I think what he's trying to say is might makes right, and the victors write the history books. Like, that's what he's trying to say, right? Asmongold is too stupid to actually make an argument, so he'll just say the history books prove it right. But that's actually not true. The history books do not prove that might makes right. They do not prove the most vicious war criminals win. There are pages and pages of evidence that that behavior can actually backfire, that actually hardens resistance. And that's why when you look at the history book under fascism, you see destroyed in World War II, destroyed here, defeated here, lost this, lost here. Because the philosophy that denies humanity attracts resistance and fundamentally defeat.
Back at any point, you will find the United States committing these same kinds of atrocities across the globe for their wars of aggression. The other issue with Asmongold's analysis here is the presence of that word terrorism. What makes someone a terrorist? Well, for Asmongold, terrorism is defined as the use of violence against civilians for political goals.
Because they fund people that attack and kill civilians on purpose and target civilians to kill them in order to achieve political goals.
A part of his definition for terrorism is the inability to abide by the terms of agreements.
If we are signing a deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran, we are just delaying this war until later on. That's what I think. I think that as long as
my politics, and I mean this in every way that I can put it forward, my politics are to scour the internet for every single one of these guys who have ever spoken out in favor of war. Like, if you are an 18-year-old guy and you're like, I love the wars, you're drafted immediately. You are drafted immediately. Asmongold, we kick in his fucking door and he's drafted immediately. No one is allowed to support a war without being drafted. You get drafted immediately. We're going to have, anytime we have a war, we'll have a national referendum. And in the yes ballot, you will attach a draft. It will draft you. It will be a draft. It'll be a volunteer ballot. You will be volunteered into the war immediately. And I don't care if you can't walk. I don't care if you can't see. I don't care if you have bone spurs. There is no waiver. There is no anything. You're going in.
These people are in power, you are going to, like, they're not going to stop trying to build a nuclear bomb.
Fly a drone. No, you don't get any job that's not frontline combat. You don't get any job that's not frontline combat. You are frontline combat. You're not a support person. You're not a cook. You're not a drone pilot. You're not a mechanic. You're a frontline combat. And only when, and you know, that's the only job you get.
Like, I think that this is what's likely to happen. They will just blow something else up in a week. They will. It's going to keep happening.
But, and I know this reveal is probably so surprising, Israel and the United States do both of those things all the time. They do it by killing civilians, as we just looked at, and funding and arming and supporting governments that mass murder civilians in campaigns of genocide. But they also do it by breaking ceasefires and peace agreements. The most recent example is, you know, starting a war. They started the war. and lost, mind you. That's Wikipedia official now. They attacked Iran first, unprovoked. There wasn't a war, and then there was, because the United States and Israel attacked. And the whole reason there's even a need for ceasefire negotiations in the first place is because they attacked. Another important example here is the Iran nuclear deal. Despite observations from independent experts that Iran was abiding by the terms of the agreement, it was the United States who randomly decided to pull out and then proceed to administer brutal sanctions on Iran, crushing the country's economy in a move that was widely understood to be an unprovoked act of aggression that was condemned by governments across the globe. And of course, the same is true of Israel. They violated ceasefires in Gaza and Lebanon now tens of thousands of times, further displacing millions of people, destroying entire towns, and starving, kidnapping, torturing, and brutalizing the population. Asmongold cites Hezbollah rocket fire as a justification for Israel's bombing in Lebanon.
They're firing rockets into Israel.
But he neglects to mention any of these violations. In Lebanon, in the same time frame of the ceasefire, where Israel committed literally 10,000 violations, Hezbollah fired a total of 4 rockets. But for him, that's a valid reason to promote the IDF's destruction of a sovereign country. So now, okay, of course, there's a double standard, right? By Asmongold's definition of terrorism, which is killing civilians and breaking deals, both the United States and Israel are terrorists. Asmongold acknowledges this directly in response to a viewer in his chat that brings up Israel.
Does Israel do that too? Israel's on our side. Iran's not. It's that simple. And we do that to them too.
By the way, and I think this is kind of the point that everybody's making, Israel's on your side, not our side. The American people, we never wanted to be on Israel's side. They don't do anything for us except get us into wars and kill a bunch of kids, which makes people hate us. They're not on our side. You're on their side. That's your daddy, Benjamin Netanyahu. That's your daddy, not mine. So if you want to go over there, strip every fucking ounce of support from this country because we've got problems here to fix, you fucking Israel first traitor worm, sitting there in your unprotected shut-in house with no security, full of garbage. I mean, like, what are you even saying? They're on our side. They're not on our side. As you sit in the same single family home alone because all your relatives are dead from your neglect, you're not on our side.
But it's very simple. It's our side versus the other side. I don't want them doing that.
He acknowledges it further while discussing the United States.
To the extent that there is even a hint of it, even a slight, tiny, some like little resistance army in Africa, immediately bomb the shit out of them. Shut them down, keep it done. Anybody that's chanting death to America, anybody that's going around talking about how they're going to attack the United States or anything else, totally shut them down.
And yet he still supports them. He still directly advocates for their violence. He gets mad at viewers that point out the contradiction regarding Israel.
AIPAC funded? Haha, right. Yeah, and again, like it's Israel. Israel's so bad. These people are trying to blow you up too, bro. Like, that's it. Do you think Israel?
Nobody in Palestine wants to blow me up, except for maybe IDF soldiers that are trying to occupy Palestinian territory. You know what I mean? Palestinians are not trying to blow us up. They want to have their country back.
Interest is honest with America. I'm not interested in your misdirection towards Israel. I have no interest in that. This is just terrorist subversion.
He even argues that anti-American slogans should be punishable by extrajudicial drone execution, regardless of their validity.
I don't give a fuck what reasoning they have. I don't care what their reasoning is. I don't care what they think is right. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I
personally believe that Asmongold should be treated the way he wants to treat Palestinians and Lebanese people and Iranians. I think he should get the exact same treatment he advocates for other people, and I should get the exact treatment I advocate for other people, right? I want you guys to have free healthcare. I want you to have a good a home that you can live in. I want you to find happiness in your life. I want you to reach your full potential. So that's how I want to be treated. I want Asmongold to be treated exactly the way he calls on innocent civilians to be treated.
The thing that I care about is neutralizing that threat. So whatever gets rid of, like, I don't care. Like, you think that I give a fuck about what their reasoning is or what their justification is? I don't care. You're doing it. Okay, that's the problem.
And why does he do that? Well, the answer is fairly simple. He's just a racist. Fundamentally, he views some groups of people as less worthy of life than others. Terrorism is okay when we do it, but when they even protest that terrorism, they deserve to die.
Why do you think they say death to America? Probably because you attacked them first? Well, damn, that's too bad. I guess we're going to have to attack them again.
We, Americans, and the Israelis, the inhabitants of our overseas proxy military colony, we have a right to live, and they do not. We have human rights, and they do not. We are human, and they are not. To quote Asmongold himself, it's really that simple.
It's that simple.
But for the opponents of racist mass murder, it's not enough to just point to the double standard. Asmongold's position, while racist, is logically consistent because he's a racist. It's also not enough to point out the infinitely disproportionate nature of this violence. The fact
By the way, like I think it's totally logical to say you don't care about anyone else's rights, but I want to hold you to that standard. Right? Like anybody who's strong enough has the right, according to you, to aggress on you. Because that's the law of nature. So if that's the law you want to live under, I encourage you to live under that law. I want to live in a society. I want to live in an international, developed human civilization that treats every human being like they have rights, right? That recognizes the personal autonomy. You don't, okay? So I believe you should live in your own personal nihilistic hell. And you better not come crying to me as if I have some sort of like duty to you, because you are trying to destroy that. So I don't care. You've opted out of society. You want to have a war of all against all. I say bet for you. It's a war of all against all. I hope nobody stronger comes along and decides they want what's in your bank account, because God forbid that would require you to live in a society where we have laws and we treat people with equality and freedom and we defend each other from aggression against their rights. If you to think that no one's rights should be respected, then your rights should not be respected. Asmongold is telling the internet, might makes right. I want you to remember that. Asmongold is saying he believes that might makes right. He won't complain to law enforcement. He won't complain to anybody else. He doesn't want any government taxes paid to defend people's rights. Okay? He thinks might makes right. Anybody can come and grab whatever they want as long as they're strong enough to do it. That's what he believes. At least that's what he's transmitting to the internet. I think that position is an insane position, and I don't agree with it. I think all of us have rights by virtue of being human beings. I don't want that shit. I don't want people running up on me. I don't want people thinking they could grab from me just because they got the jump on me, just because they waited outside my house. That would be fucking scary. That would be a horrible world to live in. As Thomas Hobbes said, that would be a world of diffidence where we would be in constant fear of the other. I believe in the opposite, where we all have a mutual duty to one another because of our humanity, and that we should respect one another. We should trust one another. And if one human being violates the rights of another, we should hold them accountable so that our rights are defended and protected.
Israel has killed, at minimum, 10,000 times more people than Hamas did on October 7th is irrelevant to supporters of Israel. For them, it can all be explained by Hamas's lack of firepower. If they had the weapons Israel had, they'd do the same. Israel just had to kill tens of thousands of children because, in a hypothetical I made up in a dream I had, they did the same to us. Israel had to, as Asmongold put it, nip it in the bud.
If you don't kill them, they will kill you. Now, they might not kill you today, but they'll kill you in a year. They'll kill you in 10 years.
Does anyone actually think Islamic terrorism is a threat to their personal physical safety on any way? Like, that we should spend $1.5 trillion? You know what's a threat to my safety? Getting hit by a car that's poorly designed on the road. By catching cancer from the pollution in the air. From eating food that has chemicals in it that aren't studied. By somebody who has mental health care. Oh, thank you so much, Carter. Appreciate you. Carter has delivered. Do you want to come on and deliver this the proper way? I'm so kidding.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you. Say hi to the people. Carter gave me a chai latte chat, which is yeah. They wanted to lower my testosterone. They've been giving me oat milk, which I think Carter was a little bit intimidated. So he's like, I got to cut down the testosterone. I got to make him oat milk Mike. And I was like, all right, it's okay. I'll knock it down for you. Low T for me. Who is Carter? How dare you ask that question? He's an OG.
The extent that they have the capacity to, they will use that capacity to harm you. So my goal is always to nip it in the bud, stop it from happening, to even stop it from even beginning to happen.
No, the double standards and disproportionality are not enough. The only way to get to the bottom of this terrorism quandary is to find the inception point. Where does this all begin? And looking at the historical record, the answer is pretty clear. Before Hezbollah existed, Israel invaded Lebanon, killed tens of thousands of people, the vast majority of whom were women and children, directly facilitated the slaughter and rape of thousands of civilians in the Sabra and Shatila massacre, a massacre the United Nations General Assembly declared an act of genocide. Hezbollah was formed in response to this genocidal invasion, as a group resisting it, fighting to get Israel out of their country. And that's exactly what they did. Before Hamas existed, Israel stole Palestine. Between 1947 and 1949, Zionist forces destroyed some 530 villages, and about 15,000 Palestinians were killed in a series of mass atrocities, including scores of massacres. 750,000 Palestinians, over 80% of the Arab population of what became Israel, were ethnically cleansed. This event, the Nakba, and all of the violence in its wake, this is the inception point. Regardless of the label you use to describe these groups, the moral calculus doesn't change. Resisting invasion, occupation, and genocide through armed struggle is moral and just and legal under international law, and it should not be condemned. Your own personal feelings towards the methods are irrelevant. They do not matter, not when you live in the West and not in Palestine, and especially not when those objections are weaponized as the pretext for genocide, which is what Asmongold demonstrates in his...
The thing is, like, a lot of horrible shit happens in the world, right? And I would like that stopped, right? I'm not in favor of any of the genocides around the world, but the thing that's especially relevant about Israel, why Israel is one that people constantly bring up, is because our tax dollars and our military is being deployed to defend Israel, to support their genocide, and they don't have any legitimate claims, and it doesn't benefit any of us. And Asmongold is arguing in favor of $350 billion of our tax dollars going to Israel. When you see those dead children, those are our bombs that are being used. It's our military that's shooting down the resistance forces. Why the fuck should I be involved and our government involved in that war? And he'll never, ever, ever explain, because he can't.
Video here. So, as I said at the start, Asmongold is one of the most widely viewed live streamers on YouTube. He gets millions of views per day, several times more than any other political live streamers and most news channels. And when these millions of viewers click onto his show, this is what they are greeted with: terrorist propaganda.
Israel should keep bombing Lebanon because Lebanon has terrorists in it. They have Hezbollah in it.
Profoundly ignorant, factually incorrect, and morally demented propaganda for US-Israeli terrorism. I don't know how convincing any of his videos are, you know, arguing that terrorism is okay when we do it because we're the good guys. It's not as compelling to the average person as it might have been 20 years ago. Not when we have access to live footage of the reality of what that terrorism results in every day, and our governments can't keep it under wraps. This channel is just a place people can go to have their feelings of racist bloodlust validated. It's a safe space. But if there is anyone watching that wants to actually engage with the facts critically, I would encourage them to consult any of the resources on screen now. That goes for Asmongold too. Read any of these reports on your stream if you want to leave your echo chamber for a moment and contend with the fact that you are supporting terrorism when you say stuff like this. I personally don't think he'll do that, but you know, I figured I'd ask anyways, just in case stranger things have happened. But anyways, that's it for the video. Thank you for watching. Join my Patreon if you enjoyed it, and also if you don't want to have to hear me talk about people like Asmongold ever again. If I get enough patrons, I'll be able to do that. Okay, bye.
And I think like this video, which is like a very mature way of looking at it, it's really the opposite of what Asmongold's trying to do. Asmongold is trying to be a 40-year-old man who goes, I am a latroll face. Oh, you think children have rights? I think they don't. Latroll face. He's trying to get you riled up by that. It doesn't rile me up. It doesn't rile me up. Like, I'm not riled up by Asmongold. What I believe, and I'll say it again, is that he should be treated the way that he tries to treat others. Why are you linking me clips of Asmongold's stream?
And I've told you this for years and years and years. If you hate America, you hate Israel. If you hate Israel, you hate America. Now, the woke right neo-fascists will pretend that that's not the case, but they hate America too. They're always trashing us. You know, on the holidays, they'll they'll pretend that they're super patriots, but they're not super patriots. They don't believe in our economic system either. They're always whining about capitalism. They sound very much like the, economic socialists. And I've told you this for years and years.
Country. We're celebrating our country. Every July 4th, we're celebrating the principles that undergird our country. If you reject Judaism and you reject Christianity and you reject the link of the two, you reject the Bible. If you reject Judaism and Christianity and the brotherhood and the sisterhood of the two, not only are you rejecting our founding, you're rejecting our country. You're pushing some other agenda, whatever that agenda may be. This is our country.
So now to be an American, I have to accept Judaism as my religion? Or at least, like, what? This stuff is weird, man. This stuff is weird, dude. Like, no, man. God, so fucking creepy, dude. All right, chat. I wanted to show you something that I could not believe. We didn't get around to it last time. Well, first of all, Zoran won. No NYPD increased headcount. Zoran promised to keep the number of cops flat. Promise made, promise kept. Mike, you need to coach your boy.
The suit on.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing here?
Well, first of all, Oliver, thank you so much for having me. Everybody, I'm a content creator on Twitch TV. And,
running for Oregon 1.
Yeah, Oregon 1. That's right. I'm also Hassan Piker's co-host of the Fear and podcast. But, Oliver, I'm not a political commentator, but I join millions of Americans in being concerned and people who have become disillusioned with the Democratic establishment that has become more and more disconnected and in many ways failed its constituents. And it's so great to be here to elevate the message of you who will deliver an agenda for the working class. And Oliver, I want to take a personal moment to thank you for making a commitment to fight. You've got tremendous policies across the board, but specifically making a commitment to fighting and protecting LGBTQIA+ healthcare, specifically as it pertains to PrEP, which is an incredible medication that I use personally that literally saves lives and prevents HIV/AIDS with incredible success, 99%. So I'm so happy to be here and support and elevate your message. We've got $38,762 donated out of
39.
$39,000, excuse me, $257 donated. I know.
I was about to cook you and be like, name a policy, but you already did. You came in hot.
Are you kidding me? Hassan,
I got the suit on.
I got the suit on. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm prepared.
Yeah. Does this shirt also?
The reality is that Hassan is nervous. He's nervous about the Austin congressional campaign because it's gonna win. He's nervous about the Austin congressional campaign because it's gonna happen and he's gonna win, and I'm gonna be the chief of staff, and we're gonna be in DC, and he's not gonna be invited. He's not gonna be allowed in the members only parties. Sorry, Hassan, not cool enough. Sorry. And then that's when the Congress run will start. And once I have Caroline in and Austin in, then I'll run. They'll both endorse me. And then all three of us will be members, and he'll be sitting here twiddling his fucking thumbs, going to his, 5th premiere of some anime, and we'll be passing laws. DSA Austin show? It's already happened. What do you mean? That's not even a joke. Our entire organization runs only on individual member dues and donations. We are funded by our members. Solidarity dues are 1% of your monthly income. You're 1% for the 99%. Hey, motherfucker, I ain't giving no 1%. What the fuck? Mike, shilling time? Oh, yeah. Shilling time.
You could go.
Oh. I was with Portland DSA. I'm going to start going to their meetings. Do they have meetings?
Yes, of course they have meetings.
I'm going to start showing up in a suit.
Oh my God, you're going to go to the Portland DSA just because they're going to know you there. That's crazy.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do that because
you're not even going to become a dues-paying member. You just
How much are dues? I could probably put it in my.
Okay, how much? Well, you could do solidarity dues. Like
what are those?
However much you can give.
However much I can. Well, that's
like recurring monthly payment.
I'll talk to my team.
Put you down for $1,000.
$1,000 a month?
Yeah.
Well, let me talk to my team about it, and we're going to see how the funds work. Do you buy a percentage of the party? Is that? Do you own? Is it like an equity play? What's the whole thing?
Put down, there's no equity play, Austin.
Why did I put on the suit and all of a sudden
I'm like,
see, Austin is like, how do I explain it? Austin is the Parthenax of gays. That's the best way to describe it. He's the Parthenax of the queers. And complimentary. Okay? Which is, he's a true evil gay. But through discipline and self-reflection and like you know, personal exploration and mentorship and friendship, he has risen above his evil gay nature and kind of ascended to an amazing person. Honestly, Austin Show is an example of why rehabilitation works, because he's true at his core an evil gay, but he's now he's a great man. Now he's a great man. Mike, did you see this shit? It's the most psychotic shit I've ever seen. What are they? Are they doing a child? They're doing a mock execution in front of children? Listen to the children chanting. Take him out, blow him up. What? Guys, Jesus Christ would have definitely wanted your church to have mock executions in it. Where's Killdozer when you need it? Honestly, like, this is fucking weird. Someone needs to go rescue those children. I need the Kool-Aid man to bust down that wall and rescue the children. Because this is fucking weird, man. This is actually fucking weird. The South won the war? Yes, they did. The South won the war in 1877 because the moderates were not willing to do what needed to be done to reform the South. And their pathetic incrementalist strategy failed horribly. And we've been living under this hell since. But luckily, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, MBs, we have an opportunity to change the world. We have the opportunity to change our own future. And today, if you're in Denver, you are responsible for our future. For the momentum of our movement, you need to get out there, knock doors, make phone calls, get involved.
This 4th of July.
Okay, this is not the video.
Advisory.
This is the video. Okay.
Light as voters head to the polls in Colorado state primaries. CBS News congressional reporter Torian Small is watching this for us and joins us from Capitol Hill this morning. Good morning, Torian. So we saw huge gains for Democratic socialists here in New York. What role are Democrats playing in Colorado?
Yeah, Era, I think the clearest test of the push to get the party to move more progressive further to the left would be...
Money at this point does not matter in this race, chat. Melat does not need your money. What she needs, like, she couldn't do anything with it. By the time it got there, it'd be over. She needs your phone calls. She needs your door walk. Melat. Like, there is no Melat. Did I say Melat? Melat. Okay, I could pronounce names. Jesus Christ. I've been saying this name every way today. I've said it like 8 different ways. She can't even take your money anymore. She needs your door knocks and your phone calls.
In the first congressional district race in Colorado,
not a names guy, I'm a numbers guy.
The 15-time incumbent Diana DeGette is running against or facing a challenge against Melat Kiros. She's a 20-year-old or 29-year-old attorney who has really made the stake in being a democratic socialist, saying that it is time for the party to move further to the left. I think what she's referencing, though, is some of those wins that we saw picked up around the country, especially in New York, when we saw democratic socialists known as, her name is slipping me right now, but she's a part of this wave under Mondami's pool that he endorsed 3 candidates who ultimately won in their respective primaries. I think what we're seeing now is this test that is being challenged by a lot of establishment Democrats, including Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. This weekend came out really forcibly against this push to pull the party to the left, saying that a lot of it, in his
So the CBS News strategy is to try to use Josh Shapiro. And let me tell you, Josh Shapiro right now is relatively popular in Pennsylvania because no one knows what he actually believes. It's an Ouroboros of popularity where it's like, well, people do, and he hasn't faced a strong right-wing challenger. Because why would they? He's basically a moderate Republican. So it's a foolish move for the Republicans to run someone actually right-wing against him. Because all that will happen is his support will get undermined. Because the moment he starts talking, everybody's going to be like, ew, oh, God, he's one of those. And he'll be down at 20%. So right now, it's sort of like it's the biggest bubble in politics is Josh Shapiro's popularity. Legitimate bubble. And so the idea that they're going to use Josh Shapiro and he's going to defeat the people that like normal humans actually like is actually fucking hilarious. Good luck.
Opinion is performative.
Melat Kiros has a 5 phone bank times for today. Go to her website, click to volunteer for the phone bank. I needed to get my own phone bank link. Fuck.
But we'll see where Colorado stands. This is a Democratic stronghold, so we'll see if the party is more aligned with moderates or if they're willing to accept some of these further left policies.
Interesting. Melat Kiros, was that the name you were looking for? We just had a picture of that Democratic socialist on screen there. It's a lot to keep track of, Torian. But who might the front runners be to be the next governor of Colorado?
Yeah, this is a race that's shaping up to be a current sitting U.S. Senator versus State Attorney General. The problem, though, here is that these are two similar people. Michael Bennet, who comes from the Democratic Party establishment, he also ran for president previously, is making the claim that he is best present to represent the state in that gubernatorial role. Phil Weisner, as you can see there, the State Attorney General, looking to make the claim that Bennet hasn't necessarily represented the best of Democratic priorities in his current role as senator. He's in a very unique position, Bennet is, considering if he were to win the nomination, traditionally he would take a step back, or the nominee would take a step back from his role and allow the governor to pick his interim replacement. His seat isn't up until 2028, so that would give the governor the breathing room here to pick his replacement. Bennet is maintaining that he won't leave until he believes he could win the general election. That's when he said he would pick his replacement instead of allowing the sitting governor to do that. I think the friction that we're seeing between the two really stems from this very controversial decision from the governor to commute a Trump-supporting election official after threats from the president to force him to do so. The current governor is a Democrat, which is why it's drawing a lot of criticism and which is why Bennet isn't giving him much power to choose his replacement.
Really fascinating sequence of events there in Colorado. Torian Small, across all of it, old names and new. Torian, we appreciate all your insight. Thanks for being with us.
The daring rescue mission is underway to save an aging and valuable telescope from falling into Earth's atmosphere. NASA's Swift Observatory has helped scientists study distant galaxies for more than 2 decades, but now it's in danger. It's in danger of burning up.
Okay, I'm sorry for letting this play, chat. I got distracted. I'm pulling it up, and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Melat is going to be the next congresswoman if you get out there and bust your fucking ass and get every vote in.
And you know what people should be watching for throughout the day. And then I want to move past some of the horse race stuff, but I know people are very curious about kind of the actual kind of votes as they're coming in, because you've had early voting and there's a lot of information that you can actually glean from the ballots that have come in Colorado.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Colorado is interesting because we have universal vote by mail. And so some folks aren't totally used to the voting patterns that we have here. But largely what ends up happening is those early votes are coming in from usually older voters, more moderate voters that get their votes in pretty early. Most young people get their votes in the last few days. In fact, most votes are going to be coming in from young people on election day today, which is going to be really great. I personally am somebody who always dropped my ballot in the drop box on election day. So I know a lot of young friends of mine that are going to be voting today, which is really exciting. To see the turnout has already exceeded what we were expecting based on 2024 projections and 2022 projections. So we're feeling really good. The turnout's going to be really high and that Denverites are ready for a change.
And in a bigger picture, can you talk a little bit about your background? Like, how did...
Ladies and gentlemen, like, I don't want to say it's Jover, but again, I'm feeling pretty damn confident on this one. The polling showed them like I saw a poll where she was up 5. The polling underestimated Daria Lisa significantly by like 7 or 8. It underestimated Claire by like 15. I just don't see it going the other way. There's not like a bunch of like conservative Dems that are like responding with despair to this. Like, it just does not exist. Like the grassroots has had it with the establishment. They have had it with the like centrist Democratic argument. The only question is whether we can get name recognition for our candidates. That's the only question. Like, Jared Moskowitz only wins if Oliver doesn't have name recognition. If people don't know what Jared believes, he might win from kind of ambient people, you know, heard of him before. But if people actually learn these positions, it's fucking over. My lot will win by 3 to 5. She'll win by at least 10.
We were, before you got on, Maz and I were, I don't know much about Tigray.
The poll was DFP, who got Daria Lisa spot on at +4 days before the election. They had my lot at +6, but that was 2 weeks ago, so the gap only increased. Oh yeah, that's why I say 10 to 15.
The region of Ethiopia, where I understand that your family originates from. Can you talk a little bit about how you know, where your family comes from, and you know how they got here to the United States and how they wound up in Colorado?
Yeah, totally. So we immigrated from Ethiopia in 1998. My dad was selected on the diversity visa lottery program. A lot of my family still lives in Tigray, Ethiopia, which is where both of my parents grew up. And it's a region that was embroiled in conflict. It's continued to be embroiled in conflict, but a genocide took place just a few years ago, largely in the northern region of Ethiopia, where hundreds of thousands of innocent people were killed. We still don't have an exact estimate because we are still seeing difficulty for people to actually go into the region and investigate what actually happened. But it was years of protesting here at home with the diaspora, asking for reprieve, asking for humanitarian aid to be delivered to the millions of people that were suffering in the region at the time. And so it's...
Oh, she cut off there. We threw her off the stream. Let's see if she jumps back in. Maz, you could actually probably give us a little of the history of that region while we wait for her to come back on. Looks like she got cut off. I remember, you know, there were, and this is such, it's almost a like heartbreaking history to think about, because there were kind of Pan-African socialist movements that were quite powerful across, you know, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Yemen. I remember there's this moment where Fidel Castro actually kind of goes over there and he's like, guys, like, you guys need to stop all of this infighting. Like, look at the map. Like, look how dominant you can be if you get together and push back against international banking institutions, push back against American imperialism here, and develop kind of sovereign indigenous political institutions capable of defending themselves. We need to come to a peace agreement here, and he worked very hard at it and failed. And instead, you had all of these different socialist governments and movements that went to war with each other then.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a problem in Ethiopia too, that there were, and throughout the Horn of Africa in the 20th century, there were these very authoritarian states, which in some way were nominally aligned with the Soviet Union, some of them, but in some cases not really. And they, you know, institutionalized, you know, especially in Ethiopia, the very, very undemocratic and very, very brutal dictatorships. There was a similar one in Eritrea, which still exists, and Somalia had a dictatorship which collapsed, civil war, but then
yeah.
Sorry, you cut out.
Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, we were just talking about the kind of history of.
If Julie pulls off a W, that would be a bigger win than Abdul and Plattner. Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah. Like, I'm starting to, like, maybe I'm getting a little bit delusional, but if Julie Gonzalez wins, it would be on the level of a win as when AOC won. Like that election, if you guys want to understand how out of left field that AOC win was, that election day, we were looking at whether Katie Porter would win. That was the top race. That was the race that everybody was paying attention to and going, oh, will Katie Porter win? The progressive in Orange County. Orange County, traditionally a Republican area. Will a progressive win in Orange County? The Democratic primary. That was the election. That was the one everybody was paying attention to. Join Orange County DSA or join LA DSA and come vote. And then out of nowhere, AOC won. No, but like, you know, there was a little bit of support for her. There was a little bit of chatter for her, but there was nowhere near the like massive push like we're seeing for Melat, right? Or Melat, excuse me. Like the massive pushes we saw for Daria Lisa, we saw for Claire, we saw for Melat. Like none of that existed back then. So if you like, I believe she can pull it off.
Of the Eritrea and Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa more generally, where these socialist forces ended up clashing with each other and increasingly consolidating kind of authoritarian control and becoming more regional, you know, violent actors against each other, rather than coming together to form what had been the hope, which was some Pan-African or at least Horn of Africa kind of socialist bloc that could create some indigenous, real, you know, sovereign institutions. And you end up getting then decades of violence as a result, which the U.S. was, of course, very happy to feed. So I wanted to ask you how. Well, I think you got cut off on the journey to Colorado, but I also wanted to ask you how you kind of first, if you remember, even how you became politicized, how you became a kind of political person in the world rather than just a person moving through the world. Like, was there a moment that, or was it a gradual kind of awakening?
Yeah, I would say it was largely gradual, but extremely early. So my parents were selected on the Diversity Visa Lottery program. So I was growing up watching them go through the naturalization process. And my father took it very, very seriously and was constantly learning about the American government, about American politics, trying to find and understand what his place would be in being an engaged and active, you know, citizen and engaging with our democracy. And I'll never forget talking to my dad about, you know, once they became naturalized, they chose a political party to belong to, and they chose the Democrats. And, you know, I remembered asking why. And he talked about how this was the party that, you know, fought for working people. This is the party that fought for the Civil Rights Act, for fair labor laws, and understanding that this is the party that fights people. But more than anything, you know, growing up, you realize as well that, you know, none of this happened overnight, right? The party had to be pushed. The party had to be forced by organizers, by dreamers, by people who demanded better from the political establishment. And that has always been a part of my own political experience.
Yeah, and Melat, you trained as a lawyer, and I think you believe you practice as a lawyer as well too. What did and in the last couple of years, I think that some articles about yourself, you were sort of also inspired by the demonstrations that took place during the genocide in Palestine. Can you talk a bit about your experiences in that time and how that maybe sort of further galvanized your political?
The primaries today, chat. So make sure you sign up. Sign up for some phone banks if you have a spare minute.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I went into law school hoping to go into service. But what I usually say is that law school is where I realized the system's not broken. It's actually working exactly as it was designed to. And that broke a little bit of my spirit and my idea that any one person could make a meaningful difference. And when you have all of these institutional forces actively working against working people. So I decided to go to a big law firm to pay off the mountain of debt that I had just accrued, maybe help my parents retire and just, you know, call it a day. Like a lot of young people, I gave up on what politics could do to make a really meaningful difference for people. And then after, you know, the horrific tragedy of October 7th, immediately seeing the disproportional response from Israel and what was quickly and rapidly developing into a genocide, you know, seeing all the students that were protesting, just like I was protesting.
Wow, that's exactly what you say about law school. Haha, confirmation. Yeah. It's almost like I've been saying this stuff for a long time.
When I was in law school against the Ethiopian genocide in Tigray. And so seeing these students, you know, speaking truth to power, despite the fact that many of them were getting threatened with losing their jobs. Some of them actually did get fired. Some of them were getting blackballed in the industry. remembering that, that was far from my own experience. And for some reason, their advocacy for Palestine was met with, this crackdown of their dissent. And, seeing that they were still willing to risk it all, seeing that they understood that this moment was bigger than them. And really, it was a kick in the butt for me to remember that, I also have a role to play. We all have a role to play. And so I decided to write an article defending their right to protest, not only as attorneys, but also in the legitimacy behind their protest.
Will we know who wins tonight? I think Colorado has some mail-in voting, right? But I think they should have it all counted before the polls close. But I think we should have a good sense. And I also think we'll know by tonight because she'll be winning by so much. So I have a feeling like as soon as polls close, we're going to have a big drop and Melat's going to be in the lead. And then that's that. And it's going to be called relatively quickly. That's kind of that's where I'm at with it. Like, if it turns out that it's like neck and neck, like she's behind by say less than 5 points, then I believe she'll win, but it'll be a close election and I'll have been wrong about it being a 10-point win. I think she'll end up, I think when the early votes are dropped, she'll probably be up 6. That's my prediction. She'll be up 6 when the polls close, and the first big drop will be somewhere around 4 to 6 points, and then it'll rise up to 10 plus after all the votes are counted. 6 or 7 votes, 6 or 7 points, Do states count based on order of arrival? Some states count ahead of time and some don't. I think Colorado does. Colorado counts mail-in votes before polls close. How is your Colorado ballot counted? Once or twice a day, and more often on election day, the pairs pick up ballots from drop boxes, vote centers around the county. They count and group the ballots by party, initialing the numbers on the packet. The unprocessed ballots are then locked in a die-bolt safe in the courthouse until workers are ready to process them. Thursday morning, Stratch opened the safe and took out a basket of group ballots for 2 workers preparing to verify voter signatures on the envelopes. The 2 counted the number of ballots in each package to make sure they contained the correct number, then initialed the packet. Each woman took a packet to the computer and called up the voter information on the back of the envelope in the state's vote system to compare the signature to past versions of that voter. Larger counties run ballots through scanning machines for the initial round of signature verification, with those rejected reviewed by election judges. If a signature is questioned, 2 other people, each from a different party, review it. If they also question the signature, that ballot doesn't go to the counting room. Instead, the voter is notified of the issue and has an opportunity to verify their signatures up to 8 days after the election. Once the signatures are verified, the ballots are regrouped, potentially with new numbers if signatures were rejected, and walked over to the counting room. A machine is used to slice open the envelopes. There, 6 workers form 2 assembly lines of sorts. The first 2 workers each take a package of ballots, placing the signature side of the envelope face down so they can't see it. They take the ballot from the envelope, including the secrecy sleeve, if it's used, and hand it to the person next to them. That middle person removes the sleeve and opens the ballot and flattens it into a stack until the end of the batch is reached. Counts are initialed, and the batch is handed to a 3rd worker. The primary election requires some separate steps for unaffiliated voters. If a voter fills out both Republican and Democratic ballots, both are rejected. The ballots are placed back into the envelope, stamped rejected, initialed by both judges, and placed in a basket of rejected ballots. Sometimes unaffiliated voters include both ballots, one filled out and one blank. Blank ballot is removed, a corner cut off, and placed in a basket so it can't be reused. The 2nd worker then tells the first which of the party the ballot is for. Because Colorado tracks which party unaffiliated voters selected, the 1st worker marks the envelope with a red or blue bingo stamper, again, without looking at the identity of the voter. Those envelopes go back to the signature verification team, which will enter the party selection for the unaffiliated voters in the state computer system. The 3rd worker at the table stacks ballots into groups of 60 and places them into folders. The ballots from different batches are alternated. When we count them, we don't keep them in the order we got them, noting that it makes it possible to coordinate a ballot with an envelope. No trails. One of the ballots that morning has marks in the margins, which prevent it from being read by the scanner. So the first 2 workers create a duplicate ballot, fill it out, and complete paperwork about the duplicated ballot, which is also preserved. Some ballots that require duplication may have food or beverage spills or excessive writing. The workers laugh about a past ballot with hay for sale written on the back. Ballot didn't include any contact information, however, so no hay could be bought. The ballots are then scanned and each is imprinted with a unique ID. Once processed, the ballots are placed back into the folder. The unique IDs are added to the details about the ballots on the folder and again initialed by the workers. Then the folder is placed into one of a series of metal boxes which are kept sealed when not in use. Votes that can't be read are identified in the computer system for adjudication, as happened with one ballot Thursday morning. The first two judges examined it on the computer to determine what the voter meant. In this instance, the voter filled in both bubbles in the contest for Republican Attorney General, but then crossed out one of the names. The judge corrected the vote in the computer system. Video cameras. So basically, they're counting the votes before Tuesday. And so I expect that we're going to see a big drop of ballots right after the polls close. And if Melat is ahead, she's won. If she's back by greater than 10, she's probably toast. If she is like behind by less than 5, she's got a good shot of taking it. So that's how I would advise you to look at the election tonight. I'm a numbers guy.
Test the legitimacy behind the critique of Israel and its actions.
She will start behind. You guys said the same thing about Daria Lisa, and she never did. Daria Lisa, you guys said the same shit about Daria Lisa, and when the first drop hit, she was ahead. Espaillat only, like, this is what happened with, like, so in New York, they said the same shit, and Daria Lisa was ahead. And then there was, like, a bunch of really good precincts for Espaillat. So he very briefly went ahead of Daria Lisa for, like, 10 minutes. And then it was just like, beep. Mike, what's your prediction? I think she wins by 10, more than 10 to 15. I don't think it's actually close.
Whether it's occupation, apartheid, and now the genocide.
She was behind. When people correct me, when people correct Mike, when they try to correct Mike, it's usually bad. So this is the first drop, I believe. First big drop, and she was winning. And so I said, early vote totals for the Zoran slate. Lander called. Claire for NY leading by good margins. Will probably be called soon after we get some election day numbers. Daria Lisa leading by less than 1%. Any tips for door knocking suburban rural areas? So what you're talking about is a driving canvas. So what you should do, I really recommend, if you're gonna do a suburban canvas that has, if the gaps between the houses are like significant, then I would drive it. So I would have somebody drive it and then another person having everything ready, and they hop into the passenger seat and you just drive up to the house, you hop out, you run up, knock on the door, do it, then run back to the car, drive to the next house. If you could just like walk quickly to the next one, then you should have the people separate. So you do the like odd side of the street and you do the even side of the street, and you do a loop and then you end back with the car. You could also use like, you could use like an e-bike or a cycle or a scooter if you're comfortable with those things and you're like in shape. But suburban packets, like there's a divide between different types of like suburban packets, right? And if the houses are on like greater than a quarter lot, like if you're talking about like half acre or greater between the houses, then it starts to get like you're spending most of your time walking and you really slow down. But if it's like you come out the door, then it's like, you just walk right there, it's not that big a deal, They've consistently underestimated the progressives at all polling, right? Not accounting for the youth vote. Yeah, correct. That's what I said with, if you go and look at my old prediction for like, for last Tuesday, slate. I said, personally, I believe that all three of Zoran's congressional slate will win. Why? 1, left candidates have overperformed polls almost everywhere across the country. Zoran is more popular with Dem-based voters than he was in his primary, and DSA turnout operation is very strong. I feel the same exact way. I feel the exact same way. And if you go and you look at, her website, like the way it's being reported is very positive for her. And look at the news. No one's coming to save us but us. Gen Z runs for office. Actually, all these people are millennials, but it's okay. 29-year-old, it's okay. Why is Gen Z getting credit for our millennial queens? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? These are not Gen Zers. These are millennial queens. How dare they? How dare you? She's a millennial, right? Right? It says she's 29. Was she born in 97? Fuck, she's actually Gen Z. She's a cusper. She's actually a Gen Z, a filthy Gen Z. Oh no. No! Why is Gen Z getting such a cool person to represent their generation? They like clavicular and shit. They watch Aiden Ross. Mike is obsessed with generations. It's all in good fun. Except for boomers. I'm dead serious about that. Son of a bitch. I mean, like, this is all you need to know. This is all you need to know. Senator Bernard Sanders. Senator Bernard Sanders. And of course, Chris. I'm surprised. I mean, obviously, did Claire and Darlisa endorse her? I assume they did, right? There's actually a noticeable divide between elder and younger Gen Z, those that graduated before and after high school. Basically, all the Gen Z, I think Gen Z should start for people born after the year 2001. That's personally, I think we should expand the millennial generation to include everybody born in the 20th century. That means that makes sense, right? Like, millennial includes the people born at the end of the millennium. So I say we annex my lot to the millennial generation. Now, obviously, a lot of people are gonna have to suffer with the fact that you're getting old. And I think the generational divide should be September 11th, 2001. If you were born before September 11th, 2001, you're a millennial. If you're born after September 11th, 2001, you're Gen Z. That would make you a Gen Xer? No. The generation goes from 1980 to 2000. 20 years. Boom. Even Steven. Clean. No, it should be if you remember it. Millennial starts at 88, it ends at 2000. No. The millennial generation is basically baby boomers' kids. Gen X are the kid of the silent gen. That's so you could see the like millennial baby boom was the mirror of the baby boom. Like that's the millennial generation. My personal definition of millennials is anyone born between the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Twin Towers. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Millennials are the people for whom the changeover of the century was a big moment. That's why they're called millennials. A baby boom ends in 1965. Yes, exactly. True. The baby boomers begat the millennials. Gen X begat Gen Z, which is why Gen Z is more conservative than millennials, because Gen X is more conservative than boomers. And you tend to be influenced by your parents. Even though boomers are conservative, there's also a rejection of the boomerism. Your mom begat your sperm? Huh? All right, let's keep going. So Dr. Abdul went on to CBS News with Major Garrett, former Fox News personality, for a long interview. And let me tell you, he fucking mogged.
Leading in the polls, the primary is August 4th. So let's do a thought experiment. You become the Democratic nominee for Senate. So let's go over some things that Mike Rogers, the likely Republican nominee, and Republicans who've already reserved $45 million in advertising are going to say about you. That you want to defund the police because you've tried to delete posts from 2020 saying you want to do just that. Do you?
Let's talk about what I'm going to say about them, because that's the thing that Democrats tend to get wrong. We're so worried about what they're going to say about us that we forget that we also have mouths that work. So Mike Rogers is a guy who's never met a pharma lobbyist he didn't love. Like, he gets really mad when you call him a pharma lobbyist, but he spends so much time lobbying around with pharma lobbyists that you wonder whether or not he wanted to be one. And he hasn't explained how he made $14 million and moved to a McMansion in Florida. But during his time in Congress, because of the influence of the pharma lobby on him and the hundreds of thousands of dollars he took, this guy voted to raise prescription drug prices I don't know how many times, then helped to architect the legislation that turned into the opioid epidemic. I'm looking forward to forcing him to answer that question to Michiganders who lost family members, both because they could not afford their medication and because they died of opioid overdoses. I'm a doctor who rebuilt the health department, eliminated medical debt, and made sure that families had Narcan when they needed it. So I like my chances on that one. Then let's talk about his trouble with Donald Trump.
But if I'm a Michigander and I say, wait a minute, I hear you, and I get you, and I'm locked in on all those issues, but I do care what you think about funding police and what you said
what I'd say
years
is,
ago.
I was a Wayne County health director, and when the juvenile detention facility was in shambles, I declared a public health state of emergency to rebuild it. I raised everyone's salaries and wages immediately 35% so we could keep the folks who were leaving so that we could staff the facility. So if folks want to talk about what I said, I'm just going to point to what I did, right? When I had the opportunity to make sure that folks were safe in the facility, both the youth that were there and the people working there, by making sure that we could staff it appropriately, I did exactly that. So I'll let my record do the talking. And we're going to let Mike Rogers' record do his talking.
And they will probably say you hang around with Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker has said things that are virulently anti-American, they would say, and anti-Semitic. Do you have any regrets about Hasan Piker? Well, you know that's going to be an issue.
Major, I'm hanging out with you. I don't know everything you've said. Right. I'm sure you've said some things I disagree with. You've said some things I agree with. It tends to be in the real world, we hold people accountable for what they said, not what somebody around them said. And it's this funny gotcha game that Democrats love to play and Republicans love to play, which I think people are sick and tired of in politics. So if you want to play this game where you're going to hold me accountable, like, you know, guilt by association based on something that somebody else said.
Oh, by the way, chat, we're going to have, I've just been informed, we're going to have a little bit of a surprise guest, or I guess I should say check-in. Friend of the show, Hartzell Gray, for whom we have raised money for, is going to pop in for a couple minutes to say hi. Hopefully imminently, 15 minutes. So we'll say hi. I think they're heading back tomorrow. So maybe we could have them hop on the stream tomorrow, or we'll figure it out. Fortunately, they weren't able to make it for today's stream other than the quick check-in. But just have them say hi, swing by. In person? Yeah, of course. Abdul mogged in this interview. Now you have to endure this.
Which is why we need money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
I swear to God, you theater kids are going to kill me. You fucking theater kids are going to kill me. And your happy ass, warrior ass bullshit. Caroline did love these videos. Mike is anti-whimsy. Not anti-whimsy. I've never been anti-whimsy. I'm actually very pro-whimsy. And I want you to embrace the cringe. This is millennial cringe. If you don't like this, you're not allowed to call yourself a millennial.
Which is why we need money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all.
Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail. Mail!
Thanks, mailbox. We just got a letter.
This is like those of us millennials who had children young.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from.
Nithya in LA. Okay, hold on. Let me talk to Nithya's people before we go buck wild crazy, right? Like, obviously I'm leaning Nithya right now, but I want to make sure the Nithya folks fuck with me, right? If they're not gonna fuck with me, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, if they're gonna leave me to fucking rot on the street, then I don't want to throw my weight behind someone. There has to be reciprocation.
Oh, it looks like my ballot.
Why? It's called fucking survival. It's called basic survival. What country do you think we're living in? Mike, check out BYD's stock. It's so low right now. Why? Because there's a big move to put big tariffs on Chinese cars. That's why.
Brought to me by my Secretary of State. And with it, I can participate in democracy. The first day that I can turn this in is June 25th, but it has to be postmarked by July 21st. Or I can drop it off up until Election Day, which is August 4th. Thanks, Secretary of State. Thanks, mailbox. Votes gonna do, we can do.
These fucking theater kids, dude. Did Caroline make this? Unironically, did the Caroline make this?
Which is why we need money out of politics.
Like, legitimately, this is one for us 90s kids. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I think Blue's Clues... When did Blue's Clues come out? I want to say this is something that I played for kids that I babysat. Like, I think I played this show to kids I was babysitting. After I had my, like... You know what I mean? Damn, so you're Gen X? No. No. I'm what's known as an elder millennial. You're almost a Gen X. I'm not that close to Gen X. People that are a little older than me are Gen X. Blue's Clues debuted in 1996. Yeah. Blue's Clues is older than Melat. Or Melat. Why am I saying Melat? Melat. Holy shit. God damn it. All right, maybe she is too young. Guys, maybe she is too young. I don't want somebody that young to be in Congress and like stunt on my ass. The fuck? Fucked up. That's how boomers feel about you? No, I'm old, man. I don't think anybody's like a 40-year-old man cannot be in Congress. Like, I think everybody's like, yeah, that's pretty fucking old.
I'm just going to make sure that people know what Mike Rogers has said, what Donald Trump has said, which he so desperately sought an endorsement from and can't seem to figure out how to shake because, you know, Donald Trump's approval rating is in the gutter.
Mike, you can't forget my birthday and age. I was born at the approximate time OJ killed his wife, reincarnated white NFL wife into millennial black socialist body. Bro, that is the most unhinged thing I've ever seen in my life. That's the most unhinged thing. Are you sure you're not, what's the other guy, Ron Goldman? Are you sure you're not Ron Goldman reborn? Why are you putting yourself as like the Cole Brown? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of a little bit misogynistic of you. That's one for the brand new sentence Reddit. Oh no, that's 100,000% a brand new sentence. Mario taught me typing. Yeah, I did Mario Teaches Typing. I did do Mario Teaches Typing. Biggie May was killed on my birthday. I make shit music myself, but reincarnate. No, you're not Biggie. Like, you have to do pretty well on the karmic, you know, on the karmic circle to get reincarnated back into the, back into human body. Like, I think most people are coming back as cockroaches, you know, like karmically.
Everything Donald Trump touches turns into trash. So I want to make sure that the broader public understands that about him.
Let's talk about something I experienced when I was in Dearborn, Michigan in 2024. I talked to voters there who were becoming increasingly estranged, and some described as completely estranged from the Biden administration and Kamala Harris over Gaza. And they used the word genocide. You have used the word genocide.
I like to use words that meet the definition.
Right. And there is a United Nations Genocide Convention adopted in 1948, defines genocide as any 5 acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious. Explain to my audience why you believe Israel is guilty of that in Gaza. Because it argues it is not systematic. It is in pursuit of larger security concerns.
I'll point you to human rights organizations in Israel itself who call this a genocide. I'll point you to the fact that the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, have all rallied around the notion that what has been done is a war crime under the definition of genocide. So it's not just me, it's not just the people in Dearborn. This is just a word that ought to be used when public officials in a country say that they want to annihilate a people as a function of where they live and what their ethnic and religious identities are, and then carry out the systematic bombing of them, their kids, their schools, their hospitals, the annihilation of any opportunity to actually live a dignified life in that place again. And do so after having said that they were going to do it. I don't know what else to call that except for a genocide. Like when you target the Palestinian people as a function of their being Palestinian, and then try to move them into neighboring countries because they speak the same language, you commit war crime after war crime targeting their infrastructure, their schools, their hospitals. I don't know what else to call that. I mean, I guess, Major, what I'd say is what else would you call that except for trying to tiptoe around the interests of the foreign government who did it? I mean, what's the other word?
And that word and the willingness to say it has, in many races, possibly also in this one that you're involved in, had a galvanizing effect with younger voters. Why do you think that is?
This is a moral Rorschach test. Like, if you can't identify the systematic murder of tens of thousands of kids as a genocide, and then you want to say that you're a fighter for human rights and dignity, that's just hypocrisy. So I just think that if you can't call the most heinous violation of human rights what it is, it's hard for me to believe that you're going to go and fight the Trump administration or fight the pharma CEOs or fight the health insurance CEOs who are making my life unlivable.
And when the Israeli government
and he's completely right. I mean, the Israel issue isn't even good for people now. Like the money isn't even like advantageous anymore. It's actually incredibly damaging. So if a person is like sticking with Israel, even though it now is bad optics, that person is like actually a psychotic freak and more dedicated to corruption than they are even their own personal political survival. They should be chased away from power by any means necessary.
Argues that, as it has publicly many times, look, since the hostages were brought back, they were held by Hamas, and the ceasefire is held, and aid has returned to Gaza, how can you call what's gone on since then genocide?
I just disagree that the ceasefire is held.
Okay.
It's that you've had unilateral devastation of people, literally 4 figures murders of innocent people in Gaza since the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, was declared. But the bigger picture that I think we have to ask here, and that plays in my race, is: do we want our tax dollars to be spent backstopping apartheid at minimum, genocide at maximum, wars that we have no business fighting, because of the impact of a special interest that has spent $23 million in my race and counting?
That special interest being?
AIPAC. And they're spending their money to try to tell us that the best use of our foreign policy is to backstop a foreign government. I mean, that's a pretty crazy thing. I mean, I just want you to step back and think about that for a minute. The biggest spender in a race for Senate in Michigan wants to take your tax dollars and not spend them on your kids or your schools or your infrastructure or your health care. It wants to spend them to buy bombs and tanks for foreign governments. That's a pretty crazy thing. And I, as someone running for Senate in Michigan, want my tax dollars spent in Michigan to build roads and bridges in Michigan and provide health care in Michigan and schools in Michigan. I am running for senator from Michigan, and I don't want Michigan tax dollars to be misappropriated abroad to drop bombs on other people and their kids. It's not that hard.
You recently came out with a proposal that's pretty aggressive on regulating artificial intelligence. And if I read the articles correctly, you said the time to act is yesterday. And you want public ownership of every AI company that's based in the United States, safety requirements, and something that Bernie Sanders has talked about, which is a sovereign wealth fund that would be obtained through 50% taxation of AI revenue, creating $7 trillion for Americans. Walk me through all that.
Yeah. There's nowhere that I go in Michigan. I've been to 110 cities now, 450 public events. I go everywhere, talk to everybody. My name's Abdullah. And there's not a town hall that I do where people don't ask me about either data centers or AI. And it's particularly young people who worry about, will I be able to have a job? Will I be able to sell my intellectual capital on a market for money like people have been able to do for a very long time now? And I have to be honest with them that if AI continues to move through our economy as fast as it is, unfettered, I can't say yes to you. And I think people are seeing—
Do you believe that is why these encounters you have with young people is that for the first time in my memory and in what I've read, a young cohort of a population is more hostile to an emerging technology than any other cohort? That's to my mind, that's never happened before.
And it's also because
because AI is fucking garbage. Also, why is a bunch of ties on a rack a decoration when he's not wearing a tie? And why are his pants too short for his body? And he's got a 50s diner like jukebox. You don't know what this is, chat? This is an age gap thing. So back in the day, some diners would have these like mini jukeboxes that you could play music right at your table. So imagine like the absolute worst speakers playing like these tiny little vinyls. God damn, this is old. This guy has given a favorable interview with Bibi Netanyahu. No wonder he's doing genocide denial in real time. Well, no, he's a Republican. Major Garrett was like a major Fox News personality for 20 years.
Emergent technology is
not gonna lie, I'm 21 and I've used those before. Yeah, you went to like a place that was intentionally designed to be a flashback diner. Like you went to a place where they were meticulously attempting to like maintain an old style diner for the purpose of like, you know, I guess their gimmick.
Than previous emerging technologies. Most technologies, as they moved through the economy,
they didn't play tiny vinyl, but hey, they were hooked up to the main jukebox as a control box of the speaker. Really? Is that how it worked? Well, God diggity damn. I feel like I've seen tiny ones too with like, what are they called? Like 5-inch vinyls? Like what's the small vinyls called? I feel like I've seen them. A 7-inch. No, there was 4-inch. No, 7-inch. I feel like I've seen 7-inchers. I don't know what I'm talking about. All right.
And the early adopters are always kids.
They are. And the early adopters are still kids. But they're also seeing this up close, and they're realizing that this is moving a lot faster than previous technologies have. Like it used to take 25 to 50 years, which is kind of the career lifetime of somebody, for a new technology to fully change our economy.
Mike, you're 5-inch. Nah.
AI is, I mean, we're talking about like 2022 when ChatGPT came out. it's 2026 and this is proliferating way faster. So you're talking about young people who started college thinking, I want to be a computer scientist, who graduated college.
And they see their future being gobbled up.
Yeah, they graduate college and there are no jobs in computer science. Like, that's how fast this is moving. So we've just got to get right. And what I'm proposing is just the notion that AI is new technology, but democracy is old
45.
technology.
That's what I was thinking of.
And I'm saying that AI needs to sit under democracy. We need democratic control of the way that AI is being proliferated. And right now, the tech giants are proliferating this with zero guardrails, a technology that they openly agree could change the social contract itself, could eliminate 50% of jobs, and has the risk of causing existential crisis in humanity, whether it slips control of humans or it falls in the wrong hands. And I'm just saying that we need a level of safety and a level of assurance, and I don't trust the people who make billions of dollars off of this to get it right when it comes to putting our safety over their profits.
Because the incentive structures
exactly. And what I'm proposing,
what? Fill out that sentence.
Make as much money as you possibly can. Hope that you own the strongest AI when all of this is said and done, and then you can own the future of the economy into the future. Like, that is the proposal that is currently being proposed to us, and people see it for what it is. And what I'm saying is these corporations can exist, but half of the wealth that they create needs to be shared with people who created the internet. Like, we created the internet. You and I are creating the internet as we talk. This is all going to go on the internet. And guess what? There are going to be AI bots that can scrape our conversation.
Your underlying point is AI doesn't exist with without all the data that we have no control over, but we ought to.
Exactly that. And also, I'm saying that 50 plus 1% of your board needs to be either democratically appointed or elected. That's not to say that you can't continue to do great research and be leading.
I can't believe I didn't know that they were just remote selectors. Of course they are. That makes I'm so stupid. Of course they are. I'm still talking about the 45 stuff, chat. Abdullah's absolutely steamrolling him, and I'm here looking over. I'm like, oh, of course they are. It makes so much sense. How did I not figure that out before? Of course they're remote selectors. You wouldn't want to have like 80 different machines with like records in them and fucking mechanicals that can break. What am I thinking?
Edge. That is to say that you need to put our well-being first. Look, I went to medical school, and the overwhelming principle in medicine is first, do no harm. And I think AI should be developed under those same premises. First, do no harm. Is there great benefit that AI can do? Yeah.
Probably, especially in the medical field.
Yes, but I don't want it to be in a situation where it's being used by an insurance company to do prior authorizations to tell an old woman in Michigan what MRI she can or can't get, or to tell us that we don't actually need the medication that a doctor told us we needed. I don't think any of us want that. But right now, there's a real profit motive to make sure that's how it's
deployed. Do you think the country is ready for that kind of aggressive regulation?
You know what the country's not ready for? That kind of aggressive. And I think we need the kind of government action, the kind of democratic action to protect us from that.
Have you been tracking the Trump White House suddenly getting a little bit more protective than it was a year ago on this particular front?
Trump is always the last to figure it out, but I'm glad he finally got there. And look, when I get
Do you think that's a political reaction?
I think it is. I think they're hearing the same things I'm hearing in community.
Is this like a rumbling earthquake?
I mean, it's an earthquake that it's a glacier. Let's just say this. It is a glacier that sits just under. Those are the kind of the most.
What is, from your vantage point, the attention economy?
That's an interesting question. It's the ability to monetize eyeballs and eardrums to make money. And
does it have a political context?
Well, what happens is any material that can keep attention is material that the algorithm wants to show you, or the people who created the algorithm want to make sure that you keep seeing. And to be honest, it's a byproduct of the actual economy, which is, every big tech corporation wants to keep you looking and listening. But if you want to get people's attention, if you're creating content that they want to pay attention to, the algorithm's always going to push it in people's faces.
And what have you learned about your approach to the attention economy and how it can make a political campaign more vital?
So right now, in Michigan, if you're watching television at all, you're getting bombarded by AIPAC-sponsored ads. That's the old school system of doing politics. 30-second glossy ads that feed you a bunch of slop that people don't really like to pay attention to. They usually mute it. If they have to watch it, they will. But it's the stuff between what they're really watching.
It's become intrusive.
Exactly. And our approach is to say, I got a real message. And I think you will like my message. And I'm going to put my message into places and in perspectives that get you to want to pay attention. And I bet that by getting you to want to pay attention to what I have to say, because it's meaningful for you in your life, that you're going to want to pay attention to what I'm offering more than you're going to pay attention to some slop ads brought to you by AIPAC or the AI super PACs or whoever else is spending money in this race. And I think what I can do is end around your system because I actually have something to say that you really want to hear.
Speaking of AI super PACs, they are getting involved in more and more races. They were heavily involved in the New York primaries just last week. Alex Boris would tell you they are formidable because he lost. Now, there are a lot of other dynamics in that race to succeed Jerry Nadler in the House. Are you hopeful or fearful that AI will come after you with both feet?
I mean, we just talked about my AI plan, right? There is, I would argue, no AI CEO who wants to be told that they just can't have their way and have unilateral control of their company because it might harm all of humankind. In my role as a
Do you expect them to come after you?
Well, in my role as a future U.S. Senator, I expect to be able to tell them when I think they're out of bounds. And for that reason, they're going to do what they can to keep me from being in the U.S. Senate. So I expect them to come after me. Here's the thing about it. I'm already up against one $100 million super PAC in the form of AIPAC, right? And what's another one, to be quite honest? Because there's diminishing returns to those 30-second glossy ads. At some point, if you're making slop, people don't want to watch your slop. And it's funny, it's ironic, because the AI super PACs, what are they making except for slop?
I've heard it said that you once described yourself as someone who's 5 feet 9 inches tall with a 6 foot 7 inch personality.
Guys, if you're a little bit short, as a fellow 5'9" king, you don't need to say shit like that. You're just, come on, man. Come on. Come on, guys.
The 6'7" was a little, maybe too much, but I am actually 5'8".
What is it that is meaningful to a Michigan voter about your outsized personality?
I think my personality is secondary. That doesn't matter. But I do think Michiganders need a fighter. And I've never met a fight that I back down from, ever. And so if you want someone who's serious about taking on big AI and the folks who want to put a data center in your backyard, if you want somebody who's serious about keeping your money here at home rather than sending it to a foreign government, if you want somebody who's serious about fighting for your health care, I might just be your guy. And too often, a lot of politicians just like their spot in the Senate, just like their seat. Go along to get along. Get invited to the fancy cocktail parties. I'm not coming to your cocktail party. Don't invite me. I'm not interested. My life is in Michigan. I want to serve my neighbors and my friends in Michigan. And I want folks to know that I'm not coming to D.C. to make nice. I'm coming to D.C. because the system has been broken for people who are suffering in Michigan for too long. I want to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, and I am dead serious about doing that.
Define your fight against ICE.
This is an agency that has been weaponized against the Constitution itself under the pretext of immigration. ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on your streets. I come from a place where there was no democracy. I was born and raised in the United States, but my family immigrated from Egypt. I spent summers in Egypt in a place where there was no democracy, and I can tell you how scary that is. I remember being 13 years old, and my grandmother told me, you can't say anything about politics. So, being a bit of an iconoclast, I went downstairs and started screaming expletives about Hosni Mubarak, who was the president then. And I remember plainclothes cops coming to the house asking, where's that boy? And you know what protected me? My American passport. In 1998, in Egypt. Ask yourself whether or not you think our American passport will protect us in 2026 in America. The difference between that is ICE. So if we're not serious about standing up to an agency that has gone rogue, answerable only to one man, violating the principle of the Constitution itself, then I don't think we're serious about democracy. And that's my fight.
Is it reformable?
No, I think it has to be. Look, I've worked in government agencies. Once a culture of impunity sets in to an agency, when you think you're above the law, you cannot reform that. These people who have been hired in, told that they're above the law, told one of ours, all of yours, which is exactly what the rallying cry was, when they shot someone in the back of the head, shot another person in the face. That can't be reformed. That can't be retrained. It just has to be abolished. And that's not to say that we shouldn't control our southern border. I believe we need a safe and secure southern border. I believe we need to enforce immigration policy, but not like this, because this was never about that. This is about one president and a rogue agency answerable only to him, trying to make him above the law of the land, which is the Constitution. We're celebrating our 250th anniversary. What is America except for our Constitution and our democracy and our people? So he wants an agency that's violating our people against our Constitution. That is un-American.
How did you evaluate the recent Supreme Court decisions about temporary protective status and asylum? Both Trump victories.
Yeah, I'm troubled by the attempt to rewrite our history away from the idea of immigration. Immigration has done great good for them. Great good. Your family was once immigrants. My family was once immigrants. Unless you're Native American or you're Black American, your family was once immigrants. And to say that there are some people who are essentially more American than others, which is what this is about, I think that's a really, really dangerous thing. I also think that part of what has made us great is our ability to share and to welcome people under duress. You think about what the Statue of Liberty symbolizes. You think about Ellis Island. You think about the circumstances under which so many people, the Irish, Italians, folks came to America because it was a haven for them, and they built, and they worked, and they toiled, and they contributed. That's the story of this place. They want to end that story. I believe that that story is ongoing. Right? We're about to celebrate 250 years. The question for us is, what's the next 250? Are we not a place where we believe in the capacity of our magnificent ideal to bring us together, to be something greater, e pluribus unum? I think people like J.D. Vance, people like Stephen Miller, people like Donald Trump don't understand what America was at her core. And what's ironic about J.D. Vance is he knows it. Think about his own family. There is a clear hypocrisy in what he says and how he lives that I think really needs to be drawn up. If America is not a place that can bring people from different backgrounds together, then what are you even doing?
There's some polling data that suggests the country is ambivalent about the 250th anniversary. Are you?
No, I love this place. I mean, I told you, I was born in Rochester Hills, Michigan. And in summers when I was a teenager, got a front row seat to what my life should have been. My cousins never had the opportunity. And I got to go to amazing public schools. I got vaccinated against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet, who died as infants. My dad watched them die before he was 5 years old. I got to go to an amazing public university. I got my medical education paid for by a federal agency. That is only possible in America. I'm running for office as an Egyptian American with a really long name that's got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats that most people don't know they have. I could never run for office if I was born in the place that I was supposed to be born in. But I got born here through an accident of history because my dad got to come here to make cars. So I love this place. But here's the crazy thing. There are kids who grew up 15 minutes away from me, whose families had been here far longer than mine, who never got those same opportunities that I got. And I want America to be America for all of her. That's what I hope for the next 2. So I love this place. And the thing that makes us is that this is one of the only places in the world that has the rare gift of being able to correct. Right? When we make mistakes, historical mistakes, we rise up and say that wasn't right, we could do, and we do. We have a lot more to do better on. And I think this moment in our history is one of those moments we're going to look back at. And it's sad to be celebrating our 250th anniversary under the presidency of a man who doesn't know what America is. And I think that's why a lot of people have some ambivalence about it. But I don't want us to forget that this is an incredible country when we choose to do that amazing thing of calling ourselves to our highest ideal. And that's what I'm hoping our campaign can be about.
I'm humble enough to have been in Washington long enough to realize what circulates here is not necessarily what circulates in the rest of the. And in the last couple of weeks, what circulated very noticeably in Washington is a Democratic conversation that runs something like this.
All right, be right back, chat.
The establishment is weak. There's a generational disconnect, but also there's this incipient radicalism, Democratic Socialists of America, who are looking like the kind of Tea Party Republicans did in 2010. And that could be a dangerous thing for the Democratic Party. That's the conversation that's gone on here. Evaluate that from your distance in Michigan.
It's interesting because we always interpret our politics.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Folks who spend a lot of time thinking about politics, especially in this town, interpret our politics like Democrats and Republicans are the main actor. They're not. The people out in communities all over this country, they're the main actor. Our job is simply to serve them. And if you analyze our politics from the frame of, let's say, a mom working 2 jobs in Detroit, or an auto worker in Macomb County, or a farmer in rural Michigan, every single one of them will tell you the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard.
It should not be this hard.
Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor, shouldn't be this hard to afford a home, shouldn't be this hard to send your kid to a good school, shouldn't be this hard to breathe clean air, drink clean water, shouldn't be this hard. And I think they feel failed by a self-important establishment on both sides of the political aisle. And I think we are just reinforcing that narrative by asking about politics as if it's this grand competition between one party and the other. This is not about left or right. It's not about Democrat or Republican, frankly. It is about people who are locked out and the people doing the locking out. And the party that figures that out fastest is the party.
We are good. All right, chat. We have a special surprise guest. A surprise to all of us. Okay, wait, you got the wrong name tag. Hold on. Let me you can hop on. You can hop on. Beautiful. Yes, another DSA candidate. So let's see if we could find. Your. Oh no.
Make you go way back.
I know, right? Like this is how. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's fake. Look at that. It was like right.
Boom. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. That's a feature, not a bug.
That's a feature. That's a feature.
Oh.
Boom. Well, thanks so much for coming on, man. Can you everybody hear you? What's up, man? What's
Chat, you got me? Check 1 2.
Okay, let me just. I have such a. Let me just pop this down.
Yeah, I'm known to blow out microphones.
Yeah, me too. Me
yeah.
too. Me too.
I have that effect on speakers.
So, wow. You're here as well. So how you were fundraising out in LA, huh? Or you were just touring around meeting people?
Yeah,
you went on Hasan's show, right?
Yeah, and it was a good time. Really good time. I mean, it was no Mike from PA. You know, it's a different vibe, different kind of riz.
You would say that like with mine, it's more, you know, thoughtful, cerebral, you know, more in touch with the needs of the people, whereas he's kind of a champagne socialist.
It's the intentionality, brother Mike. It is the attention and intention. You know what I mean? Conditions are so ideal. It's a beautiful day to be with Mike from PA.
Well, thanks for coming on. Like, your race, like, is one of those really important ones because obviously people are focusing on some of the safer blue seats that we're in. And we have some, what I would call like cases or races where we can surprise people.
Yeah.
And we could show them that politics isn't stuck in this like 2000 mentality. This is something that I wanted to ask you about, which is like, I'm a little bit older, so I remember politics before the year 2000. But with the Bush-Gore decision, it seems like the Democrats adopted this mentality of there's a whole bunch of states we can never compete in. We're just going to leave them as red states. And it's like trench warfare.
And also a lack of accountability.
Right.
I mean, if we would have taken care of and prosecuted the Brooks Brothers rioters, we would have, I believe, set ourselves up to take care of the January 6th rioters. You know, again, it is a lack of spine. It's a through line of capitulation that goes not even just, you know, with Bush and Gore. I mean, this can go as far back, and it does go as far back as even Jimmy Carter, you know, the descent into neoliberalism. You know, there is no Reagan without Carter. I'll say that. And listen, he also said free Palestine and built a lot of homes. People are complicated, you know, in spite of the faults and failings of those who wielded the pen, it is still our American promise to fight for. And Mike, if I can I do a thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, first of all, if you would, I just had you jump in live without any warning to the chat at all. Why don't you lay out who you are? We've had you on the stream before, but sometimes we've got new fans. So if you could lay out who you are, where you're running, and then we'll get into it.
I'm gonna go straight into it.
Go straight into it, yeah.
So yes, my name is Hartzell Gray. For those in the chat who may not have seen me before, running for U.S. Congress, Missouri's 4th Congressional District. So we're talking Kansas City is the big city, but also we've got as far east as Pulaski, which is 3.5 hours away. We go as far south as, you know, right just a little north of Joplin. For those who know the Show Me State, you know, I am an organizer, an activist. I used to work for KCUR, which is our NPR affiliate, but on a national organizing level with a group called Progressive Democrats of America. I am the national coordinator of Young Progressive Democrats of America. You know, as an organizer as well on the ground, I was part of an organizing committee at our radio station, KCUR, that ended up unionizing. And we did that through CWA, right? And so I am somebody who is the heir of a working class radical tradition. And in my specific case, a working class Black radical tradition. And we're running on a platform that says we deserve it all. We deserve to be free and fed, guaranteed health care for all, guaranteed housing for all, guaranteed job for all, defunding the war machine, quit blowing up babies in service of a genocide. Let's invest in our babies here at home, because Mike, I got folks in my high school district. There was a huge Facebook viral post that went around for, you know, the same kind of GoFundMe situation, right? Instead of addressing systemic issues, we have to put Band-Aids and GoFundMes together. And so we had kids who had school lunch debt in the $3,000+ level, and because of that, these kids could not get their diploma. Now they were able to because of the good courage and the incredibleness of
So
our
let me get
district.
this straight. They wanted to deny kids from getting a diploma because they owed like $50.
Yeah, I feel like I stepped in that lead. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Like it is something for me that is kind of quintessentially the problem with America is the idea that children should be held responsible for the sins of their parents.
Yes.
Right? And
I am my father's son. His shadow weighs a ton. That's an idol.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Which is like fundamentally the opposite of not just like our traditions, but like liberalism or even Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, you're not staying with the sins of your father, but if your father can't afford to feed you, we think it's good that you starve.
Ooh, that's a good line. I'm gonna borrow that line. But that's exactly right.
It's fucked up.
It's so fucked up.
And like that is what creates larger social problems. Because when people are traumatized and abandoned by society, they abandon their like duty to their neighbor, right?
Yes.
Like and that's where crime comes from. That's where, you know, trauma comes from, and that is where antisocial behaviors can come from. And, you know, I always point to like the school system of Finland. This is a little bit off the rails.
Let's take a walk, baby.
But in Finland, they banned charging tuition for schools for K to 12, and they focused on making every school a good school. And what they found is, and this is what's really amazing, when they aimed for equity, they got excellence. So they went from the 30th best school system in the world to the first, because they got all this talent and all this exceptional possibility from all sorts of unexpected places.
I'm so sick of folks when they talk about education, higher education. All education is ours, it's human right. But I hate that it's been co-opted. Again, this neoliberal consensus is that we think of it as human capital, right? Like that is why you go to school, is so that you have the credentialism to grab this job that's gonna make you, you know, the next Elon Musk. And, you know, we got kids, you know, adults who are graduating with nothing but student loan debt and nothing to show for it, except for a piece of paper that's on the wall, you know, and that is just, FDR said it. He said, you know, necessitous folks are not free folks.
Right.
You know, you would be shocked how much folks were willing to give up their liberty in search of a meal.
Right.
And so that leads me to what I hope is going to be a rousing socialist pump up.
Okay, I'm already pumped, but keep going.
Because we got a big day. We got a big day today.
Yeah.
We can shock the world today.
Oh, yeah. You mean in Denver?
In Denver.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now, with Melat and also with Julie Gonzalez as well. And so this is in the stylings. I'm a professional wrestling guy, right? In a lot of ways.
Wait, who's your wrestler before we continue? Like,
I got too many. Probably The Rock.
I mean, that's fair.
Cactus Jack. Because I go Japanese. I go
Mexican.
Yes, the Lucha Libre, all of it. I go Bret Hart. I would go Owen Hart. I would go.
I'm sorry for asking your favorite because I hate
Kawada, Masawa. I would go. I can keep going. The list goes on. Kenny Omega.
So you're legit. Is what you're saying.
So. And I also am a commentator, and I run a professional wrestling promotion in Kansas City called Fountain City Pro. Yes, we are Fountain City Pro. So what I'm about to do here now.
Here, give me 1 second to just say yes. Give me just 1 second. Yeah. Yes, send them up. Send them up. It's yeah. Okay.
No better yes than a yes from Mike from PA.
Yeah.
And so what I'm going to do here now as we get ready for an incredible historic day, I would like to, in the stylings of the American dream, Dusty Rhodes. The same man who said, I've wined and dined with kings and queens, and I've slept in alleys, and I've dined on pork and beans. And the American dream, Dusty Rhodes, he said this thing about hard times. Hard times, Michael from PA. Because, you know, these oligarchs, these billionaires and big money, they put hard times on working people. Hard times is when we have 68,000 of our brothers and sisters and neighbors who die every year from a preventable illness because they don't have healthcare. Hard times is when we take the little bit of clean drinking water we have it cooling off these machines. They're going to take our jobs away. That is hard times. We have been put through hard times together. But what we do, we come from a radical tradition that stands up and we fight back. See, we are the ones that bring our crisis to its creator. And so while we may not look like the C-suite type, we may not look like those who would hide behind big money and dark interests and foreign lobbies and genocide. While we don't look like those folks who think that they are the ones who picks up the dubs, it is in fact working people. Look at this camera. Let me find the hard cam.
Shut up here.
It is in fact working people who are undeniable. Electeds come and go, but it is the people who remain. It is the people who are immortal. And what's going to happen today, my friends, is we shock a system. We don't reform a thing, we remake a thing in our image. And we do it together. So when you reach out to that ballot box in Colorado, when you reach out to that ballot box on August 4th in Missouri, when you vote for me in this primary, and then we head to the general and take on Mark Alford and we do that damn thing. When you reach out to that ballot box, just know that you're not just reaching out to fill in a circle or to tap on the screen. You are reaching out for a politic that makes your life better. You are reaching out on a commitment that you made for yourself and a commitment that your electeds had told you they will make for you. We demand it. We reach out for a world that has always been ours, a world that we are building together because we got us.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. You know, like one of the things that I've been wrestling with, and I know you wrestle with this, yes, wrestling with, is one of the things I've been body slamming is the idea that these institutions, we can't win. So don't even try. It's not to take away from the dual power building or mutual aid. I think those things are actually very important.
Absolutely.
But I also think that we need to talk to the people politically where they are. And whether we like it or not, elections provide legitimacy. When you see somebody like Claire Valdez or Dara Lisa winning office as young, progressive, socialist candidates calling for big things and absolutely putting belt to ass of the establishment.
Boots to asses.
Boots to asses, yeah. More and more people look at those ideas and they no longer consider them pie in the sky. They consider them something that we can reach and something we could fight for.
Zoran said he's going to freeze the rent, and guess what he did? He froze the rent.
But let's think about what
he said he's going to close Rikers, and guess what he's doing? He's closing Rikers. Listen, we have to fulfill on that American promise that we make to our people.
Well, no, but think about what that means. What is 2 years of frozen rent, right?
It's everything. That's life or death for folks.
Yes. That is the moment of relief. My rent is going to be this number, and you can plan around that. You can build a life around that. You can have a child around these kind of material changes, right?
And we're going to make sure you can have that child because we're going to make sure you guarantee childcare.
Exactly. And I think this is why our politics is so successful, because not only is it compelling to dream, it's also intensely practical. It's about building a life for people, right?
Yeah.
Like you will see your life advance along the path that you imagined when you were growing up. It becomes a possibility if we win.
Dr. King said that he had been to the mountaintop, right? And he had seen the promised land. And I think it is time now that we bring all of our folks, we bring working folks to that summit so that we can all see that that better world is in fact possible when we build it. And then we make it that reality. Because that's what working people do.
Yeah. So lay out the situation in your primary.
Yeah.
Not to bring us back down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah.
Like, are you facing a challenge in the primary? Are you unopposed? And then are you going to be launching immediately into the general election? When you prevail, what's the path look ahead? Because a lot of these, and just to lay one more point out. For a lot of the races, they end in the primary. Right? Like Claire won, she's going to be the congressperson. But your race and Oliver's race, the primary is step one, and then we're taking this fight to November.
Yeah, and these are also the fights that we as socialists have to wage. Us as DSA candidates, shout out to KC DSA, shout out to KC Ice Free, shout out to Sarah Prue running on the Kansas side, and also Isaiah Harris on the Kansas side. A shameless self-promoter, and also a giving self-promoter. And so what was a Republican plus 40 is now a Republican plus 10.
Totally winnable.
Totally winnable. In fact, we're going to.
By the way, when you say plus 10, just so everybody understands this, when somebody says plus 10, what they're referring to is the Cook Political Report, which is based off of presidential performance. And you know, say what you will about Kamala Harris, but she did not perform well. She lost all the swing states. And so
her agenda for black folks was crypto and get a mentor.
Oh, no. And by the way, crypto
inspiring
has been
stuff.
Crypto has been crashing ever since that election. So that's kind of a bad sign, right? But what I mean by that is, like, so if somebody says D plus 10, that's D plus 10 in a losing year.
Yes.
And we're in a wave. So that D plus 10 could easily be D plus 3.
I saw.
You know what I mean? Like, that's actually like but we're not going to know that till after the election.
I saw on
So we need
Twitter,
to anticipate.
I saw on Twitter they're calling it the Rose Wave. I love that. Hashtag that. That's what this is. It is a Rose Wave. And we are, again, we're not just winning the message, we're winning. And that's how winning is done. And, you know, our opportunity in this war on working class, it's illegal, it's unconstitutional. It is all the race to the bottom that we talk about. But we have an opportunity here. We really do. When you gerrymander, somebody dummy manders, and somebody's got to fall on their sword, and it's going to be Mark Alford. And we got a primary, and it's a big one, because, again, this is the first time that there has been an opportunity like this in this district, for sure, but arguably in our entire state. And so we do have a primary. It's a competitive primary. I think we are the front runners based on our ground game, of which is over 500 plus locally. It's growing a lot more than that now. Thousands across the nation. We have raised over $215,000 plus. We have a 6-to-1 fundraising advantage over our nearest opponent, and also we have a platform, a vision, a movement. That's the answer. Deb said, "I don't come from a movement, I come with one," and that's what is resonating. We have folks who are donating from all across the country because we understand that this is how we meet the urgency of now. It's that we have to have a radical, unapologetic, people-powered movement, and that's what's working, and that's what I know is gonna work. And so we're gonna be doing some polling and stuff coming soon because of awesome folks like you, Anna Sahan, and Cenk from Young Turks too. I mean, we say what we want. We all have different critiques because tension is good. We are socialists. That's how we get better, right?
Well,
my point is this. My point is this. I want to say thank you. That is my point. Is that, you know what? If this campaign is a coalition builder, if this 2020 cycle with all the slate of incredible candidates, Dr. Hamawi, we talked about Big Ali, Melat this evening, we've got Julie this evening, Daria Lisa, Claire, I mean, the list goes on and on. Chris
Keep your eye on Julie. I think she's the one, I think she might actually surprise people.
I do too.
Because I remember 2018 and when AOC came out of nowhere, it wasn't because DSA all over the country was piling in, right? And the thing is, like, if you look at Daria Lisa and you look at Claire, like, Claire won by 20. No one was predicting that. Yeah. Right?
It's wild.
So,
I mean, that's everything.
So we have that opportunity here for, like, big wins. And I agree with you completely. I think the one thing that's really good about campaigns is that they teach solidarity.
Yes.
I think the one problem with just discourse online and discussions and disagreements is when we don't have something we're all building for, we don't have responsibility for each other.
That disconnect.
You know what I mean? It's all about
absolutely.
Our
it is that, I'm in this space too. This is how I paid my bills for over a decade, right? It is that complete disconnect, maybe even a chasm of popular culture and popular action. And so that's why it's been so incredible that so many streamers like yourself have been so intentional about platforming different leftist, socialist, DSA candidates. No, this is how we have to do this. And this is why it's working, because we are bridging that gap. And again, there's going to be some bumps along the way, but it is that vision that we united around and then helping each other propel forward. We all have our roles. Yeah. We all have our roles to play in the wars to come and the wars that are already here.
I think that you're totally right. And I also, and this is one of the asks I'm going to make of you and other politicians that come on the stream, which is our movement relies on institutions and it relies on us forming our own. And I think the one mistake that the left has made that the right hasn't is we need to build up our own space.
Absolutely.
Where we're the dominant hegemonic opinion. Like, Whereas I think and that's like kind of a criticism I have over, say, AOC. Spend more time on places like Hassan's or my streams or Breaking Points or wherever else, because we need to have those spaces where it isn't like you're constantly under attack for being a left winger and that's treated as being illegitimate. And we need to, whereas on the right, they have those spaces.
Yes.
And they create momentum and they create the grassroots. I'm not saying copy the right, but be aware of the kind of world we live in, the internet space, and building up these institutions of the left are very important if we're going to carry it forward and maintain our like stability and our long-term replicability, right?
We have to own these spaces because there is something happening. There is a shift, there is a fissure, there has been an awakening or whatever. Again, we've got the DSA, people-powered agenda that is winning and resonating, but also we've got this fixture, this honestly, it is a crisis of conscience about what it means to be MAGA, what it means to be America first. You've got the Rubio, the Trump, the Vance, we've got that wing, but then we've got the MTG, we've got the Tucker Carlson wing. And that's why it's so important that, again, we're building this collective movement. We cannot be outflanked, just because Tucker and MTG. But this is something that I'm really worried about.
No, you're right. Because they're lying, but it's worked before.
We cannot just because they're saying, and they're not saying free Palestine, they're just saying that Israel is a pariah, right? And that is all well and good and true. But you also have to. We also need to realize who it is that we're talking to, right? If I got an invite to go to dinner with David Duke, I wouldn't go to it, even though I'm a pretty polite man, right? And so we have to. My whole point of this is saying that it is vital in this moment right now, especially. We have to own these spaces, own the ballot box, own the internet, own all of it, own every single way that it is we can meet people at their level, because we cannot afford for that to be a vacuum that's sucked up by a bunch of reactionaries.
No, you're totally right. And I do also think we should be educating our audience. Like, I think one of the things as a leader is that we say Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, they're not against Israel because they're against ethno-states. They're just against Jewish ethno-states.
That's exactly right.
They want to have a white one. They want to have a Christian white one.
That is exactly right. And we need to
not on our side.
And we have to say that. We have to say that at the back end of that sentence, because yes, these are still folks who swim around in the idea of eugenics.
Exactly.
These are the same kind of folks that swim around in that swamp. And just because they are going viral for reasons that we may have not have expected, let's not forget who these folks are. But also, Malcolm X said, I work with anybody who wants to do good and nobody who wants to do bad.
That's right. I agree with you completely.
So multiple things can be true.
Yeah, no, totally. All right, well, let me see if we can have any more roundup. Is there something that we've already had the interview, on the stream chat, so you can go check that out on the YouTube.
It was good too. Thanks, man.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you saying that. I try to get in early with people, and it's been working out so far this year, and I hope I can continue to help people. But what I wanted to ask you is, what are some action items that people can take? I mean, obviously today is a day for Melat.
Yes.
She needs to have, all of us need to jump on on the phone banks. There's no more money to spend. Money has no value for her now.
This is get our folks there.
Exactly. Get them the votes. It's call people, it's knock on their doors, it's do everything. But what are the calls to action that people could do? Where can they go? Obviously, Hartzell for Congress. They could sign up.
HartzellForCongress.com. One more time. That's Hartzell for Congress, and it's .com.
I put up our donation link. If you want to donate, please donate through my link, chat, so I get the credit.
Absolutely. Points.
But what else can they do? What else would you recommend?
Yes, well, Melat does not need the money right now.
Right.
Hartzell does. The Save a Hartzell Foundation. Shameless. So yeah, HartzellForCongress.com. Hit that link from Mike, because Mike has been so incredible, and I want to make sure that it's like a wedding, right? When I send the thank you cards, I want to make sure that I can put the right amounts on there. So yeah.
True.
So right now, donations, absolutely, but we are a grassroots people-powered movement. So we need phone bankers. If we got folks who are watching from Missouri or from KC or from our new district, join us. We just opened up the office because for those who are around here, the revolution does in fact run through the river market. If you get it, you get it. So yes, we would love to have you join us. We got us is true, not just a tagline. And I don't know how else we would do this. So, well, and we also got some dope merch too. So if you want to check out
dope merch,
store.
well, I'll get some, Chad. I'll get some. Before you, wait.
No. I just want to show off the fit today.
Oh, the fit. He's got the fit going.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Everybody is noted.
Mama bought me this.
The swag is noted. The swag is noted.
Got to give Mom some credit for that. TJ Maxx, what up?
TJ, I mean, who doesn't shop at Kohl's, TJ Maxx? That's like where I got my entire high school career.
We be balling on a budget, baby. Yeah. Again, donations to HeartselForCongress.com.
What do you think about being part of a campaign? And I think this is what makes a lot of these people unique, which is running through an organization like DSA. Mm-hmm. One of the downsides of our typical political campaign is you build this up, you get all this energy into it, but it's fundamentally about you, and then you win or you lose, and that institution gets dismantled.
Right.
Whereas if you're running through an organization like DSA, all that energy gets preserved. It becomes a structure, and then the next time you run for re-election, or when maybe some of your advisors or some of your biggest volunteers can run for their own offices. You already have that institutional knowledge. You already have that experience. You already have the connections to the community, and it results in a growing and spreading of our movement rather than just being about one person.
I am the first candidate that's ever been endorsed from KC DSA. It's an honor, it's a privilege, pleasure, all those things. Shout out to the best comrades in the world. But if I am the first and the last, then I have failed.
That's a great point.
Miserably, right? And so this is not an ecosystem. I hate saying that. This is a movement. This is a movement that is bigger than all of us. And this is just the first, not even the first step. This is just insert step of what's going to be a whole lot more steps to insert, right? And so, yes, everything you're saying, and I know we're preaching to the choir, but sometimes the choir got to sing, right? And so,
well, to have a choir, you need a congregation. Like if you have one, like
he did it.
I could spit, like, but no. But in all seriousness, like people say that like it's a bad thing, but it's like most of the hardest volunteers and the strongest soldiers are the people that feel like they're part of something, and we all need encouragement. We all need support.
And I'm going to make sure that
I don't think we should be scared about preaching to the choir, because that means we're building.
And I'm going to make sure that, our staff, our constituent services, I'm going to make sure that we reflect the coalitions that got us here, right? So when we have those applications open, when we're staffing the office, best believe first right of refusal is going to be going to our comrades. It's going to be going to, our coalitions from Sunrise to PDA, and that's the only way that I know.
I'll talk to my chat about that in the future, but
definitely send your resumes to HeartselForCongress.
That's true. Right. I mean, like ultimately, it is who should be administering the state, right? Should it be people that are corrupt? Should it be people that don't believe in it? Or should it be the people that are representative of the community, who are good-hearted, who are not corrupt, who are transparent? Like that is really the question.
And that is a North Star big question, and it's on us as socialists and radicals to then bring that through line to the ground. Everything you just said about the corruption on the national level, the sellout, the transactionalism of it all. But we're seeing that in our local areas too, when our city halls and municipal governments skirt around the will of the people to give bailouts to billionaires to build ballparks or to open data centers, right?
All the data centers.
And so this is how we, it's not some sort of intellectual exercise. No, this is your life. And this is how we know that our destinies are intertwined. And when we know that, when we feel that, when we activate our folks, that is how we get the goods.
Well, thank you so much, man. I'd love to keep going, but obviously we're already way over time.
And I kept you. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm glad that you came on. I'm happy you came on.
Well, we're still in town, so it's like I wanted to.
Well, if you're still in town tomorrow, you can hop back on.
Oh, I am getting out here at like 4 a.m. Got to fly right back. Got a couple of Democrat club
meetings.
You
can come back on. We got all year. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? So don't worry.
Oh, no. We got all year, and then we're going to have all term.
Oh, exactly. So everybody, one more call to action. Make sure you throw a couple more bucks For Hartzell.
Appreciate y'all.
And you are running in what, Missouri 4?
Missouri 4. So biggest is Kansas City. Biggest county would be Jackson. But yeah, we've got, is it 24 counties now? 18? Something like that. I've been to all of them. And we put a lot of miles, tens of thousands, both on our wheels and also in the sky, because we're building a movement. I'm not leading a movement. I'm not asking for your vote for me to do a thing for you. I'm asking if we can walk together to do this together. And that's what we're gonna hopefully have resonate on August 4th, and then on November 3rd we take it to the dance, and the dance is at DC, baby.
Now shake your head no that this is bad. Because one of my friends, Joshua, he says he is doing my part bullying Mark Alford on the internet on a daily basis.
Again, we all have our roles to play in the wars to come.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for hanging out. Throw a couple more bucks. We'll try to throw more bucks for you this week. Obviously, everybody's. We're working hard at the end of quarter. You know how it is. So
this is the last day, right? Is this the?
I think this is
the 30th.
Day,
it is.
Yeah.
They're all one big day at this point. But yeah, we got a whole lot more days ahead, and there are going to be a lot of more good days ahead too.
All right, everybody, stay safe. I'm going to send you over to a Casey Tron, who is, I believe, your constituent, if I'm not mistaken.
Hey,
Isn't that right?
Hello, Casey. Would love to talk to you. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Isn't that true?
Love to represent you in Congress. Thank you, Casey.
Your Obama is actually like.
It's not terrible. I do it also. I do a decent Cory Booker. May I, real quick?
Yeah, fire it away.
I'm saying words. I want to talk to you about nothing at all. AIPAC, Netanyahu. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow.
Please clap.
We're gonna give you the anti-Jeb where I actually clap.
Thank you. Please clap.
All right. Well, everybody, thanks so much for all your support. I'll see you soon.
That's the lowest form of comedy. I did impersonations. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay. All right, everybody. Here's all the links. Make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you're donating. I'll see you all tomorrow. Stay safe. Solidarity forever, my friends. Say hi to Casey for me. Bye.
Casey.
And